morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, and all the podcast platforms out there everywhere, every single one. If you like a podcast, you should find us wherever, you like to find those, Apple or Spotify or I don't know, whatever you guys like. We're just trying to meet you where you're at, and if you like to listen later, if this time doesn't work for you, we'll come to you. We'll find you. 97.3 HD2, of course, if you're driving around, if you're stuck in traffic for the next 2 years on the Ship Canal Bridge, you can find us on 97.3 HD2. Crystal clear, high-definition radio, and generally on YouTube, although Lyle, it seems like there's something going on with our video feed. Lyle's on it, so we got some sort of a video feed issue that we're working through because all the screens are black. I don't know what's going on there. It's a Monday morning, and the wild card round is done, and the Seahawks are going to play the Niners, and we're going to talk a lot about it throughout the whole morning, and Brock will be here at 7 o'clock. Lyle's going to take us around the weekend because Maura's off in Iowa doing her vacation thing. So that's kind of the lay of the land. My heart is full this morning, guys. My heart is full. I had an A-plus weekend. I'm just going to tell you guys straight up. I got to see some football. I didn't get to see all the football. My attention was split. I went to Moses Lake. First time I've spent any time at Moses Lake for a hockey tournament. Outdoor, indoor, sort of a cool deal. They have like this open air airplane hangar and beautiful rink inside and 10 teams. Co-ed tournament, mostly boys team, really 9 mostly boys teams, and then Cecily's all-girls team. And, man, they did great. Took fourth. They were in the Final Four, so the Final Four got to advance to the middle round, and unfortunately blew a 1-goal lead and lost 2-1 in the semis. So they were knocked out, and I guess finished third or fourth, however that works. But they were awesome. They had a blast. But more than anything, I was just blown away by the people in Moses Lake. Shout out to Coach Dan. He was tremendous. Shout out to, I think it's Scott, who was running the tournament. Another awesome guy. I mean, just the people could not have been better. Welcoming and warm. And, we went to some of the restaurants. I didn't get to go to the sweet burger place that folks recommended, but my friend Eric did, and he sent me pictures, and it looked amazing. We did go to a taco place, El Rey. Oh, my gosh. I mean, just like they put a little French fry in the burrito. What do you make of that? I've never had that before. You like a little French fry in the burrito? Oh, you've had that, Ian. Ian's a French fry in the burrito fan.
Burritos California up on Capitol Hill does a similar
That's what they
deal.
called it, a California burrito. Yeah. All right. Well, I lived in California. I never had any fries in my burrito, but okay, I'll take it. So that's cool. And that was great. And, a lot of fun at the 10 Pin Brewing. So, thank you. Shout out to Moses Lake and everybody out there who came and said hi. To the 14U kids who came over to say hi. They were awesome. To some of the moms, the whole deal. Just tremendous all the way around. An A-plus weekend. And Cecily had a blast. Her teammates had a ton of fun. And the parents, I think we all had a pretty good time as well. It does sound like YouTube is working, Lyle. So whatever's not going right on our monitors is just fine spitting it out to the people. So I guess that's good news. You guys ready? Are we ready now? Like, now we're in the game. We had a week to kind of watch, a week to just kind of hang out, a week to collect ourselves, a week to see what everybody else was doing out there and what all these other teams look like. And now we're in the game. Now we're here. Now we got the Niners. Now we're ready to roll. Now you know what it's going to look like. Now you know who to think about. It should be familiar. You just saw him a couple of weeks ago. I mean, like, you've got as clear a memory in your head of the Niners as any other team out there. We all know the storylines, right? I mean, this Niners team that's been beat up, and they find a way, it seems like, almost every single week, and their head coach has a whole thing, right? I mean, like, that's pretty cool, right? He's a great offensive play caller and a genius, and he gets his guys in space. But as we've talked about, the Seahawks shut that down. They just held this team to 3 points. And obviously the Niners are going to come out looking for revenge, and they're going to get Trent Williams back. But the Seahawks are going to get Charles Cross back, and they're going to get Kobe Bryant back. So this look, this is going to come down to two things. Well, I mean, I always say that, and then you can add a couple more on there. But the Seahawks are going to have to play their type of defense. They're going to have to shut down Christian McCaffrey again, like they've done already. They know how to do it. You just have to execute and do it again. And look, Kyle Shanahan's going to come back with some new ideas. Smart dude. He's one of the better, sharper minds in the NFL. He's going to come back with some new ideas. Not going to have a lot of time to implement them, as they're going to have to deal with a short week. But he's going to come back with some ideas. We'll see what he comes up with. We'll see if he's got a plan. And it's going to come down to Sam Darnold, guys. Like, that's how it's going to go. It's going to come down to Sam Darnold. I was reading this morning Nick Wright and Danny Parkins, two people I like a lot. Personally, I don't always agree with Nick, and I think he can be a little over the top at times, but I know Nick. I've known him for a long time. Nick almost ended up with this job. I think I've told you guys that before. Like that would have, you guys almost had Nick right here instead of me 17 years ago. But Nick has gone on to incredible things. Love the guy. And his friend, Danny Parkins, also almost ended up a CL radio host at one point. And Danny is also just remarkably talented out of Chicago. Anyway, they were going back and forth because Danny, I guess, is a big Herbert fan, which I don't know. I got some Herbert thoughts for later. But just tell me what you make of this. This was a tweet from Nick Wright, and it's part of a longer thing. But he says, not quarterback rankings, but as far as quarterbacks you'd want in a playoff game, the following guys have to be ahead of Justin Herbert: Mahomes, Allen, Stafford, Burrow, Caleb Williams, Drake May, that's 6. Love, Purdy, Hurts, that's 9. Goff, Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud, that's 12. Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Dak, that's 15. Lamar, 16. Okay, so he has Herbert minimum 17th. Which, I don't know, maybe that's in a playoff game, maybe he's right. I mean, I'm kind of with him on that. I don't trust Justin Herbert as far as I could throw him. Does that mean there are 16, 17 guys that you put ahead of Sam Darnold? Would you call it that way? Would you look at it and say there's 16 or so, half the league is more trustworthy in a playoff game than Sam Darnold? He's only played in one, right? I mean, like the Herbert deal, I get it. Okay, he's played in a bunch now, which credit to him, he's gotten to the playoffs a lot. But man, does he ever just fall apart? And yesterday was no change to that at all. I mean, going down the list, I mean, Mahomes and Allen and Stafford, at that point, you have to say yes. Burrow, I guess you have to say yes, but God, it's been forever. It feels like. Caleb Williams played in one game. Okay. Drake May's played in one game. Love's played in a couple, got beat. Purdy, well, we're going to find out. Hurts has won Super Bowls. Okay, I guess I get that one. Goff? In the playoffs? Trevor Lawrence, rather? CJ Stroud, I mean, again, we're going to get to find out about some of these tonight. I just, again, it just speaks to the way this is going to get viewed until it's not anymore. It's going to be viewed this way until it's not anymore. Ross Tucker on, I think with Bump and Stacy on Friday, they asked him, all right, what does Darnold have to do to shut everybody up?
Even just one playoff win and a berth in the NFC Championship game and hosting the NFC Championship game, that would be significant. That would really be something. Just in terms of a step forward, I think people would feel like that was a major step because he's never won a playoff game. And even, like I said, just starting and hosting an NFC Championship game, even if they were end up lose to, let's say it's the Eagles or the Rams or whatever, I still think that would put him in a pretty darn good place, certainly better than it has been for him. I think people just, and this happens a lot, they're still kind of in believe it when I see it mode when it comes to him.
And I think that's, fair. Believe it when I see it. And that's just the reality of what Sam is up against right now. Believe it when I see it. And I'm in that camp as well. I have a lot of confidence in the team. I really do. I mean, like, and this matchup especially, it favors Seattle in every conceivable way. Injuries, home field advantage, week off. I mean, like short week, like everything is just piling on, which always got to make you a little nervous in the NFL. But I got to tell you, it is as set up as it can be. So go prove it. Beat the Niners, shut them out of the playoffs the rest of the way, go on from there, host an NFC Championship game, and that narrative's going to change real quick.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey everyone, did you hear? Seattle U took down the Huskies and the Cougs. Up next is a huge game for state bragging rights. Seattle U versus Gonzaga on January 17th at Climate Pledge Arena. Go to seattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at cressydoor.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. And promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
We live here in Washington. I travel all over the state for work.
Affordable short-term rentals help us stay together and make Hazel feel at home.
Now Olympia is considering a huge tax increase on short-term rentals,
pricing us and other families out, since more than half of short-term rentals here are used by Washingtonians.
Costs on everything are going up.
Please tell legislators not to make our trips more expensive too.
Paid for by Airbnb helps our state thrive. Host PAC.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Kick off 2026 at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton with their New Year's savings on your next car. Like the 2026 Corolla, leasing at just $215 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The 2026 Prius, leasing at $280 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. And the 2026 Camry LE, leasing at $339 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing, or finance at 4.99% APR for 72 months. New Year's savings at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Offers valid until February 2nd, 2026. Terms available on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to MyDataQB.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or MyDataQB.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Seahawks Niners part 3, at least for this year. Saturday, probably Saturday night. We don't know for sure yet. Could be the Saturday afternoon game, could be the Saturday night game. We won't know until after tonight's contest, but things could have gone many different ways this weekend. First of all, the Rams could have just lost. That would have been nice. Carolina had the lead late after a touchdown with, 2.5 minutes left. Unfortunately, Matt Stafford was excellent on that game-winning drive. He got, and didn't it have to be Kobe Parkinson? It had to be. I know Lyle's going to go through all these highlights in a few minutes here, but it had to be Kobe Parkinson. He scores the game-winning touchdown. Bryce Young, I mean, that final drive was an atrocity. Absolute atrocity. Just terrible. And, couldn't move the ball at all on his final attempt. So the Rams advance. Then it could have been Green Bay. They led by a couple scores in the fourth quarter. But no, the Bears are the ultimate comeback team, and they did it once again.
Williams throwing, and it's caught for the touchdown by DJ Moore.
25 points they score in the fourth quarter. Impressive. Green Bay needed a touchdown. They got within range, couldn't score. Chicago hosts the Rams on Sunday. As for San Francisco, so that'll be the opponent. They didn't play the cleanest game. Brock Purdy, couple of turnovers in this one, but give him credit, made some big plays when he had to, including the final touchdown.
Purdy, pressure, steps up, touchdown San Francisco. It's McCaffrey.
Yeah, they did not have the answer for McCaffrey that the Seahawks had the week before, and so the Niners go on to win. Now, they're going to be without George Kittle. He hurt his Achilles, done for the year. They did get Trent Williams back yesterday. Fred Warner, though, likely to be not available on Saturday, probably more likely for the NFC Championship game. It's weird when you're coming back that 1 week would make that big of a difference, but, that's what they're saying. So until we see otherwise, I would expect that we won't see Fred Warner back in this game. But Seahawks getting healthier. Charles Cross should be out there. Kobe Bryant we're expecting. So again, all things looking positive for the Seahawks heading into this weekend.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, AFC started with another beauty, another comeback. Josh Allen. That final drive shows why he is, I think, right now the best in the game. 53 yards. He threw 4. He rushed for 12 more, including the touchdown. The touchdown was great. The play before was even better. The 10-yard just get out of my way, continuing to rumble and stumble, and the offensive line pushing him. That was a moment. That was that was a defining kind of a moment for the Bills and for Josh Allen. So they go to Denver. They're going to play the Broncos. Patriots will await the winner of tonight's matchup. between Pittsburgh and Houston. My God, did they just batter the Chargers. 6 sacks of Justin Herbert. It felt like more than that.
Justin in motion, 4th down. Herbert hit to end it.
Yeah, it ended for sure. It was probably over before that, but that was the final straw. I mean, what they did to him. And regardless of, where I'd rank Sam Darnold, I am never impressed, ever, with Justin Herbert. I got a comp I'll give you later between him and Josh Allen because I think there's some similarities. The difference is that Josh Allen has it, and from what I've seen so far, now look, Matt Stafford didn't used to have it either until all of a sudden he did. It sure seems like Justin Herbert just does not have that same it factor that Josh Allen does.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, baseball news. We finally, Lyle, got a little heat coming out of the hot stove as the Cubs sign Alex Bregman this weekend. 5 years, $175 million. So that's $35 a year. Okay, what happens next? Well, Diamondbacks didn't get him. So maybe that's why they're saying Ketel Marte is off the market. We'll see if that's true. Red Sox didn't get him. So do they turn to Eugenio Suarez? I've heard that mentioned as a possibility. As for the Mariners, look, the best fit remains Bo Bichette. That is still the best fit. Go get Bo Bichette. It's the easiest thing to do. Just bring Bo Bichette here to Seattle. I would love him. Other than that, does the Bregman deal make Nico Horner a little bit more available, or do they look to trade Matt Shaw? I'm not sure I'm all that interested in Matt Shaw, but I would have a lot of interest in 1 year of Nico Horner. The question is how much you have to give up for just 1 year. I don't know that anybody knows the answer to that. And I think finally this is good news for the Mariners. Rob Manfred, this was late last week, I think on Friday, Thursday or Friday, was on, I think, WFAN in New York, and talked about realignment. And at the end of the day, this probably benefits the Mariners more than anyone.
If you play geographically, we get in a postseason, we have those 4 window days that I love, right? You get 4 baseball games in a day. It's awesome. But when you think about the fans in the individual markets, you always end up with, because of the way we're set up, you get Boston versus Anaheim in one of the early rounds. So you're either going to be too late for the fans in Boston or too early. So if you realign geographically, you would look more like other sports where you play up east into the World Series and west into the World Series. And that 10 o'clock game on the West Coast that sometimes is a problem for us becomes a primetime game on the West Coast for the two teams that are playing. So there's a lot of advantages to it.
Yeah, and throughout the year, obviously, it would be a huge advantage to Seattle not to have to travel as much and as often as they do right now. So there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Lyle, Nico Horner?
I think that's done.
Like, there's no chance?
Cubs aren't going to trade him now, no.
So you think this solidifies, like they're going for it right now, and so you keep him, you put Bregman at third, Nico Horner at second, and then next year you move him?
Feels that way, or maybe they'll try to extend Horner, but yeah, I think that just about does it.
Whew. Well, puts the Mariners in a bind unless you really like Brendan Donovan. And I got to tell you, I'm still a little iffy on that as like the big move of the offseason. Frankly, I could be convinced to do nothing over overpaying for Brendan Donovan. That's for sure. And I'll just keep saying it. Again, I don't think there's a whole lot of chance it's going to happen, but Bo Bichette is a really good fit for this Mariner team. He fits perfectly into this infield. All right. Coming up, Lyle, are you ready to take us around the weekend? No more today. I liked your take on around the weekend a couple of weeks ago. It was a little different vibe, but I'm prepared for it. Are you ready? Are we pumped? Are we hyped for this?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
All right. Doesn't have a ton of how about like a little confidence? Like, yeah, we're ready. It's going to be great.
That.
Okay. We'll do it next. I'm Brock and Salk.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, let's talk about retirement, guys. It's coming for all of us eventually, some sooner than others. And you're probably wondering, do I have enough? Do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Am I have a plan that's just going to work for me. I had some of these questions, but I met with Trajan Wealth, and now I've got answers, and I've got a real plan. These aren't just advisors. They are fiduciaries, and they certainly treated me like family. So take that stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and just get your plan started today. Take the time to determine your risk tolerance level. They'll learn about your goals, your timeline, work with you to develop a wealth management plan that will reflect your values. They really did ask me a lot of questions about my life, which I liked. Call Trajan Wealth today, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to Trajan, Trajan, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions. Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks Divisional Round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's two separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Happy New Year from Frank Lumber, the Door Store, your locally owned custom pre-hung door shop, boasting the largest selection of residential doors in the Seattle area for decades. We specialize in interior and exterior pre-hungs and matchups, along with pocket doors, barn doors, bypass, and bifold doors. The selection is huge. If it swings, we've got you covered. Come and visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
425 says, why'd the Red Sox trade Devers to not re-sign Bregman? That's a good question. I don't have an answer for that one. 580, I think we need to come to terms with the fact that the Mariners aren't going to make any big moves this offseason. I know, right? That's the easy thing to say. Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. I don't know. It's not over yet. Right now, it is not looking like it's heading in that direction. They did re-sign, obviously, Josh Naylor, which was the biggest thing they wanted to do in the offseason. That was their number one goal. But we know they want another infield bat. We had some of the same complaints last year, and it worked out just fine. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you on that yet. My gut has told me all along that there would be some sort of a move in the infield. I don't think Rob Refsnyder is going to qualify, so I don't know. It's today a little frustrating, clearly, as it's January 12th. We got another month or so before spring training, and obviously another month after that before the season gets underway. Lyle, it was a busy weekend. As I said, I was enjoying lovely Moses Lake, outdoor hockey tournament all weekend long. What'd I miss?
Well, did you miss all these playoff games?
No, I didn't miss them all. I missed one in its entirety. I'm sorry. I just be honest. I missed the Bills. I didn't see one snap of that. I was driving that entire game. So I didn't see any of the Bills game. But I saw most of the Rams game, almost all of that. I saw I guess the first half of I slept through a lot of the Packers game, I'm not going to lie. And then I missed the Bills, saw the Niners, and saw the Patriots and Chargers.
Should have slept through the Patriots game. Although
I know, of course. That was like the one game I got every snap of, was the snooze fest. I missed every, not all of the great moments, but I was annoyed.
I was going to say, it was a heck of a weekend. So
it really was.
We can just start with that. Wildcard weekend did not disappoint. And it started off with Rams-Panthers. Rams outlast Carolina 34-31. I mean, I got to tell you, early on in this game.
Did you have hope?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it did not look like the Panthers had a fighting chance. Every ball Bryce Young was throwing in the first half looked like an absolute prayer. It was 17-7 Rams at one point with a muff punt by the Panthers that LA picked up. And I was like, okay, yeah, they're done. This is not going to be a game. I was wrong, because there were 4 fourth-quarter lead changes when all of a sudden the Panthers really, really started to take it to them. I mean, both running backs on each side scored a touchdown of their own. Kyron Williams got one. Chuba Hubbard got one. Mm-hmm. And the Panthers went up 31-27 with under 3 minutes to go.
Did you have hope then?
Yes.
You did?
Well, so that's when it started.
Oh, you got suckered in.
I did not believe for a second until Jalen Coker hauled in that touchdown pass to put the Panthers up 4 with 3 minutes to go. At that point, I was like, yeah, I'm starting to think about the Rams getting eliminated.
Stop.
You didn't even have hope then?
No. Are you kidding me?
I kind of had hope
If there'd been 13 seconds left, not 2:39 or whatever it was, no.
Well, the Panthers have been playing pretty well.
You
in
know
the second
better.
Half.
You know better, Lyle. You should know better. We just watched the Panthers. Their offense is an atrocity.
Well, that wasn't the problem. They went up by 4, and then
But you knew Matt Stafford was going to take his team down. Come on.
Well, I didn't expect the Panthers defense to just get cut apart like Swiss cheese on that final drive. I mean, that was awful. They couldn't stop a cold in the desert on that final drive, because the Niners marched it right down. 7 plays, 71 yards in 2 minutes, and that was capped off by a Colby Parkinson touchdown. Like you said, of all people, to give the Rams the lead.
It had to be.
Stafford going towards the end zone. Parkinson! What a catch! And a touchdown!
It was a good catch.
It was a good catch. It was a good throw. It was a good catch. I don't have any ill will towards Colby Parkinson, but he was fine. Really had to be Kobe Parkinson to come up with that play. Somebody else would have.
Well,
if he didn't catch that one, Puka would have caught the next one or whatever.
I was going to say, do you really want it to be Puka instead?
No, I didn't. Yeah, Kobe Parkinson was a good dude. Like, I got no problems there.
Yeah.
I did text you guys, fire John Schneider after that.
Because they didn't retain Colby Parkinson.
Yeah, how dare they?
Yeah. Puka did go off in this game, sadly.
Oh, he is good, man.
I know.
God, I hate him. He is really good. He is one heck of a football player. It is obnoxious.
All the more reason it's probably good the Niners won, and we can get to that game in a bit, but that was the biggest thing I was sitting around for all weekend. I was like, can they just find some way to avoid the Rams for another week?
Yeah, so, all right. So that's the way. You didn't, none of my argument from last week held any sway for you?
No, I didn't want to see the Rams this week. You wanted to see them this week?
So I'm just trying to think. So the way it went, so you once the Packers had lost and the Rams had won, it became, if Philadelphia wins, then the Rams come here. If the Niners win, then the Niners come here. So you knew you were getting an NFC West rematch no matter what.
Exactly.
It would have been the other way, it would have been Bears-Eagles, right? In the other game, in Seahawks-Rams, that's the other way it could have gone.
Yeah.
So you would have had to probably, I mean, I don't know who would have won that game, but just sort of, I'm going to say it would have been the Bears at that point, playing at home, right? They're the 2 seed. I'll also say it would have been the Bears, just for the sake of this conversation. You'd have had to go Rams-Bears.
No, I'd rather take the Niners. I mean, the Niners, are they even going to roll out a roster this week? They're decimated.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point. It's really hard to argue with. I made the argument last week that it would be, if you're going to play the Rams at all, you want to play them when you have the most advantage, which would be coming off of your bye while they had just played a game on Saturday. That's the argument against facing the Rams. Like, if you're going to have to face them, wouldn't you rather face them when you're at your absolute best, your absolute healthiest, your absolute, that's when you have the most advantage over the best team that you're likely to see in the playoffs? I believe in the theory. I guess this is one of those situations where I believe in the theory, but I'm not so sure that my gut and my brain will allow me to root for it in practice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would just rather see more chances at other teams trying to take them down.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I get it. And the fact that it almost happened this weekend has to give you a little bit of hope. And the fact that, honestly, the Rams have not looked good for a month and a half.
Right.
Like, you have to at least recognize that they just have not been a very good team for the better part of a month and a half. They just have not looked like the same team. So I like the theory that you should be rooting. If you're going to play the Rams, you want to play them this weekend. It's obviously not going to happen. But it was really hard to get there in practice. My brain just wouldn't quite let it go.
That's where I'm at. Even though you're right, ever since Quentin Lake went out for the Rams, I'm sure Brock will talk about this later.
It's not the same team.
They have given up a lot of points in their last few games. But they do survive another week.
A lot of people, by the way, do agree with the reasoning. 425, I agree with your reasoning. Listen to Friday's show. The logic is sound. I'd rather play the Rams off the bye. 206, I agree with Mike. Goes on from there. One division rival is playing the best. Let's see. Where'd the other one go? Matt in Beaverton. As soon as Stafford jammed his finger, I said Salk was right. Then I looked at the weather in Chicago next weekend and was like, have fun with that finger in 10-degree windy weather. Yeah, good point. So, yeah, that would be great. I mean, again, careful what you wish for, because the Niners still have this weird spell around them. So, okay. And Chicago just is one of these miracle teams that keeps finding a way late. So you always be careful what you wish for. But I think those are all good points. All very good points.
Speaking of the Bears, let's get to that next game.
Okay.
Another game I started to get my hopes up for when I saw the 7-seed Packers without Micah Parsons leading 21-3 at halftime, and they were in complete control of that game. It looked like the Packers were just going to steamroll the Bears, and this was never going to be a contest. But even despite the Packers leading 27-16 with 6.5 minutes to go, right after Jordan Love threw a touchdown pass to Matthew Golden, That's when the Bears really started to turn it on. I mean, Caleb Williams down 2 scores. The Bears were at a 4th and 8, and he makes what was maybe the throw of the year in the NFL.
The throw to Odunze
Throw
up the
to
left
Odunze.
sideline. Oh, my gosh. I didn't see it live. I saw the highlight. It was incredible.
Just rolling to his left.
Yeah.
It looked like he had both feet off the ground. I mean, I know the comparison gets old and repeated, but it was Mahomes-esque, that throw.
Yeah. No, it was sweet. I did see that. What is the deal with that team? They just play like garbage for 30 minutes, and then they are a completely different look once they get to the second half, or in this case, the fourth quarter.
They have hope.
Yeah, maybe.
They have so many wins by 1 score this year. It's incredible. It's almost like, remember the Seahawks did that in 2019 where all their scores were by 1, or all their wins were by 1
And
score.
I think there's actually a lot of value to that. I mean, I know a lot of folks will kind of kill teams like that, like, oh, the point differential isn't good, and you getting lucky or you're squeaking by. There's some truth to it, but I think that's a skill. I really do in the NFL. When it happens once or twice, okay, fine. But when it's happened as often as it has for that team, clearly your quarterback's got a little juice. Clearly your play caller understands how to handle these end-of-game situations. I don't think it's fluky that they've had as many wins as they have in those final moments. I think it's who they are. I think it starts to become a defining characteristic of the team. So, do I think Chicago can beat LA? Yeah. Do I think they're going to? That's going to be hard for me. But the Rams in bad weather on the road, that's at the very least a good game. And we'll see and kind of take it from there.
Yeah. Well, after they finished that drive, that 4th and 8 was the play of the drive, but it got capped off by a touchdown to put the score within 1. Brandon McManus missed the 44-yard field goal. So on that Packers next drive, they had a chance to stretch the lead back to more than a field goal, and they didn't do it. McManus had a tough game. He missed an extra point, and he missed the field goal. Gave the Bears the ball back with a little under 3 minutes to go, and after 6 plays, the Bears drove right down, and they took the lead on what was a dot from Caleb Williams to DJ Moore.
Williams throwing, and it's caught for the touchdown by DJ Moore.
The Packers would drive back down, and they got all the way to the Bears' 28, so they gave themselves a shot at the end zone, but the snap was fumbled, and Love didn't make a great throw. It was knocked away, and Bears win another 1-score game to send them back to the divisional round, and man, that Chicago crowd was going nuts.
How good of a chance did the Packers have in the final drive? Like, should they have won it on the final drive?
They could have gotten a little closer. It felt that way.
I mean, they got down into what, the high red zone?
Yeah. And then they started to. They could have pushed the ball a little bit further than they did, I thought. And then they started to have a couple plays come up short.
Okay.
But they had a shot. They had a real shot. People were killing Matt LaFleur after that game, I will say. Just the way he coached that second half. People were saying it everywhere that it was.
It is weird how sometimes having a big lead in the NFL is death. It just, there is something, because it brings up so many bad questions that you don't like to have in an NFL game. Do we sit on the ball? Should we be aggressive? Should we risk it? The pressure that seeps onto you, very different, I think, than in a lot of other sports. So that's not to say that you don't want a big lead in the NFL, because there's a lot of advantages to having it as well. You know, you can get after the quarterback. I mean, there's some real pin your ears back. But it does make you nervous, especially when you have the ball on the offensive side. It just seems to mess a lot of the rhythm up for these guys.
Well, and a lot of coaches, even at this stage, were finishing the games with 3 timeouts. Canales finished the Panthers game with 3 timeouts when they were driving to try and win a game. How are you not trying to get your team more time?
Yeah, agreed.
Well, those were the Saturday games. If we move to yesterday's with the 3 games that took place, starting with Bills-Jaguars. Bills win that one 27-24. Another game that was awesome. It had 7 lead changes. It was back and forth for basically 60 straight minutes. The Bills were up 10-7 at halftime, and they were up 13-7 through 3 quarters. But I mentioned those 7 lead changes. 4 of them all came within the 4th quarter. There was a Parker Washington touchdown for the Jaguars that made it 17-13 early in that 4th quarter. Bills counter in their own right. They drive down on 9 plays. Dalton Kincaid hauls in a 15-yard touchdown. That made it 2017 to the Bills' favor with 9 minutes to go. Jaguars punch back. They march down on a 5-minute drive. Travis Etienne hauls in a 14-yard touchdown pass, so it made it 24-20 Jacksonville. They had 4 minutes to go. But Josh Allen, I mean, that guy just has ice in his veins. He drove right down. He converted a 3rd and 1. Then he converted a 4th and 1. He pushed the ball all the way down to the 1-yard line. And for the capper, he ended up punching it right in himself to give the Bills the lead.
He's shoved across. They'll go ahead and take the touchdown as again Reggie Gilliam rides right behind him. And the Bills are back in front with a minute to go.
And with that minute to go, Trevor Lawrence threw one pass. It got tipped and then intercepted.
Yeah,
that was the game.
Not impressive. Got a text here earlier. It was like the evolution of Salk on Josh Allen is miraculous or something. I forget what the word was. But yeah, no, it's really something. I did not think he would do this when he was young in his career because I just didn't think he was accurate enough. And I think accuracy is of the utmost importance for, to be a top quarterback. His accuracy got better, and I'm not going to ignore what I see in front of me. I mean, the dude just has it. He's got the it factor. He is a moose. He's got like a Cam Newton style runner where it is just so hard to bring him down. I mean, that's probably the best comp for him is Cam Newton. Not personality-wise necessarily, but just sort of the way he plays the game. There is a lot of Cam Newton to him. It's not exact. I mean, look, nothing's going to be exact. But that's probably the best comp for Josh Allen. When he decides that he's going to just, take the game over, he does it like very few players in this league are capable of doing. There aren't that many players who can take a game over the way Josh Allen can. And was Jacksonville for real? No, I don't think I ever really believed that. They always felt a little pretender-y to me. I don't think the Bills have a lot around Josh Allen. They're not a great team. And I'm not sure how well they're coached. I think we've talked about that in the past. But he's different. He's that big of a difference maker. I think if I had to say right now, he's the best player in the NFL. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to win the MVP. Probably will, or probably won't. I think it's going to go to Matt Stafford, rather. But I think he's probably if you were drafting the entire NFL for 1 year, not necessarily for keeper, but if for 1 year, hard to say he wouldn't be the number one pick. Hard to say he wouldn't be the number one pick.
Is there another guy you can think of that can go on a 15-yard tush-push run like that? Like that play.
I mean, Jalen Hurts could if it was done the right way. He's got that kind of strength and power, but yeah, it just...
His lower body is just freakish.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Cam Newton with a better arm? Can we say that with Allen?
Cam Newton did not have any arm strength issues.
But it wasn't like Allen's.
It's pretty good.
I don't think it was like Josh Allen's arm.
Pretty good. I don't know if I'm quite willing to say it was pretty good. He had a pretty good arm.
Can Cam Newton throw it 80 yards? I don't know.
Well, Cam was more of a flicker. He just could flick the ball, and the next thing you knew, it was 60 yards downfield. Careful. I'm not saying Cam. Maybe Allen's is technically strong or whatever, but Cam was not lacking for arm talent. That's for sure. He could throw the ball, man.
All right.
Cam was a freak. Physical freak. He got his issues, I understand, but he was a physical freak. You got to go back and really remember how good they were that, 15-1 season, where they did end up in the Super Bowl, and obviously it didn't end well for them. But man, he was something special. He really was.
Looks like he got a nice welcome back in Carolina too. Finally.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's, I guess, good. I don't know. I have a lot of mixed feelings about Cam.
Some of his podcast clips are wild. I'll put it like that.
I got some mixed feelings.
Let's go to the Niners game. Obviously, that one holds pretty big significance around here this week. They take down the Eagles 23-19. Another game that was pretty low scoring for a lot of it. The Eagles led 13-10 at halftime. They led 16-10 through the third quarter. But you want to look toward momentum swing and where it all changed, I think it only goes to one place and one place only. That is thanks to one Jawan Jennings.
Sky Moore again, little trickery. Jawan Jennings, who's thrown it before. Going deep with Caffrey. He's got it. Touchdown 49er.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan drew up that trick play.
Yeah, it's funny. For the most part, the trick plays have not been good this year. Like, you watch them and you're always like, wow, that killed your momentum. That killed your drive. That was dumb. You were moving the ball. Why in the world did you need to try that? Not last night or yesterday afternoon. That was, you're right, that was sort of the game-changing play. And it was a good enough throw. I mean, you saw the receiver for the Patriots try it last night. That didn't work at all. He overshot Drake May by 10 yards. It was a good enough throw. McCaffrey made a heck of a play. What are you going to do?
It helps when you've got a former quarterback making the throw. So I don't know if you know this. Jawan Jennings is a dual threat quarterback in high school. Somebody tweeted this out yesterday. But he ranked ahead of Lamar, Burrow, and Sam Darnold in high school as a dual threat
Well, I would say that the throw he made yesterday did not demonstrate that.
I mean, McCaffrey had to reach out a little bit, but it was
if a
within
quarterback
arm's
had
reach.
made that throw, you'd have been like, ugh.
What a trick play on the run. I thought it was actually a pretty nice throw.
All right.
It wasn't perfect, no, but I
demand perfection. Wow. It's the difference between me and you.
Well, that did give the Niners the lead back.
Yep.
Eagles took it back one more time on a Jake Elliott field goal. That made it 19-17 with 8 minutes to go. But Niners, again, good 5-minute drive. They go 66 yards. It was Christian McCaffrey finding the end zone again. This was ultimately the go-ahead touchdown and the one that ended up stealing it for the Niners.
Purdy, pressure, steps up. Oh, touchdown, San Francisco. It's McCaffrey.
Of course it was. He's the best player on the field. He was yesterday. He was the best player out there. I know it's not a popular take. I think Brock Purdy's really good. I just, every time I watch him, I come away impressed. He turned the ball over twice yesterday, which was obviously very suboptimal for them, and found a way. And, you know, with all the injuries, Kittle gets hurt. And he just seems to find ways to get it done against, well, everyone else, not against Seahawks, obviously. What they did to him a week ago was just phenomenal. So I'm not building him up into being more than he is. I think he's a good little player, though, and I think his ability to extend drives and then be accurate when throwing the ball is pretty important. It's pretty important. I've been trying to come up with a good comp for him. I don't have one. I don't know who he reminds me of quite, but I mean, maybe a little John Kitney. I don't know. That might be a little bit of it. That's not a good enough comp, but if the Niners win on Saturday, it will be because he does something special. That would be my guess. So
maybe a little Drew Breesy, super accurate, not as strong of an arm, obviously.
And not that Drew Brees had like a cannon.
No,
but I don't. Maybe just because their offenses are so different. I gotta keep thinking about that one.
I don't think he's that good.
Okay. It's fair too. That is Tripper. Is anything else, Lyle? Was that our Tripper? I guess you had the Patriots game last night.
I was going to say, if you want to spend a minute on that.
Boring.
They beat the Chargers 16-3. It was 9-3 through three quarters.
Game.
Yeah, Drake May threw a touchdown to Hunter Henry, and that was basically it. I mean, Drake May had a fine game.
He's
268 yards, 2 touchdowns, but
their defense looked pretty good. Patriots defense looked good. That Milton Williams is good.
Yeah.
Their defense looked good. Mike Vrabel's a good coach, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a really good coach. What?
Yeah, 16-3 Patriots.
Is Justin Herbert any good?
Oh, I'd take him over Brock Purdy. I think he's good. I just think he has not gotten over the hill yet, that's for sure, because he doesn't seem to have it in these playoff games.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Lyle. That is a trip around the weekend. Very well done. Second time Lyle's pulled that off, and I've become more and more impressed each time, although it was not a lot of confidence heading into the around the NFL, around the weekend, but the results, tremendous. Low expectations and then exceed them. That's exactly what Lyle does for you. All right, it is a Reaction Monday, which is powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Brock is in. What do we make of this? Seahawks, San Francisco 49ers, Lumen Field, Saturday. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at CressyDoor.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Get ready for a winter of winning with $125,000 in cold hard cash. Win your share of this spectacular polar payout every Saturday in January with hourly drawings starting at 6 p.m. The fun snowballs from there into a guaranteed 10 grand giveaway at midnight. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Happy New Year from Frank Lumber the Door Store, your locally owned custom pre-hung door shop, boasting the largest selection of residential doors in the Seattle area for decades. We specialize in interior and exterior pre-hungs and matchups, along with pocket doors, barn doors, bypass, and bifold doors. The selection is huge. If it swings, we've got you covered. Come and visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Excite Fight Live MMA brings you a night of raw adrenaline and heart-pounding action. See the fiercest fighters go head-to-head at Muckleshoot Casino Resort at 7 p.m. on Saturday, January 31st. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours before they're gone at muckleshootcasino.com. It's a fight night like you wouldn't believe. Don't miss live MMA Saturday, January 31st at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello, Brock. We are locked and loaded now, man. Saturday, either afternoon or evening. Seahawks and Niners.
Let's go.
Let's go. How about that? How do you feel? How do you feel about the Niners?
Yeah, short week, beat up football team. I think a good matchup for your offense in particular. It is weird to play back-to-back weeks, as Mike McDonald told Maria. Did you notice, by the way? He filled. When Mike McDonald was on with NBC for 2.5 minutes and there was a question and you could tell he didn't have an immediate answer. He just started talking. He started to go, it's
you think he had the memory of the 17.2 second pause in his head?
Maybe. I think so. I think he was like, you know what? I can't pause for 9 seconds.
Here was his answer on that.
It's been a heck of a couple days because, every 6 hours it feels like we change out who we think we're going to play. So it's just nice to know who we finally have. And, it's a little funky going against a team that, two games in a row. So we got to do a great job of debriefing and having some answers, knowing that Kyle will have some stuff dialed up for us.
It is. Now, they've done this per se, it's not like back-to-back weeks. It's just the 49ers had to play another game. There's another data point for the 49ers, not for the 49ers with the Seahawks, right? They had a bye. You've seen them play a couple years ago. It was the Cardinals and then somebody in the Cardinals again. So you have seen quick turnarounds, but nothing quite. I can't, in my recent memory, I can't remember something quite like this.
Yeah, it is definitely odd. But this had to be, I talked Friday about the possibility of playing the Rams, and I did say, it makes sense in theory, but I think it's sort of hard to get there in reality and gut-wise and brain. I couldn't quite get my brain to root that way over the weekend. This had to be the second-best scenario after Carolina, right? Now, you're always careful what you wish for in the NFL. The moment you think one thing is the moment this league burns you because it isn't any given Sunday league.
Yep.
But what's changed since last weekend? Both teams got their starting left tackles back, which is probably more of an advantage for San Francisco than it is for Seattle.
Yep.
But the Niners lose Kittle, while the Seahawks get Kobe Bryant and maybe Arroyo, we'll see, and the game comes here, and the Seahawks get a full bye, and the Niners had to play another playoff game, and they had to travel across the country, and they now play on a short week.
Yep.
And they're probably, not quite definitely, but almost definitely not going to get Fred Warner back. I don't know what else you could ask for if you're the Seahawks.
Yeah, and I frankly, I'll put myself in that boat with most in the media. I just don't understand. I just don't understand why you would, not that you would do that to the 49ers.
Right.
Not in that case, but just in hey, man, for the best game and honestly, if you're going to talk about health and safety for players, both the Rams and Bears played Saturday. Give them a 7-day week, right? And let a team that played across country, give them at least a chance to get right and to get healthy, as decimated as they've been by injuries. I don't understand.
They don't care about that at all.
While they were a 6th seed.
They care about
really
that.
Deserve.
Zero. Yeah.
Yep.
You're right. You're a low seed, tough. That your path gets harder. What are you going to do? And secondly, they don't care. They care about TV ratings, and that's right. the be all end all. It's not even just that they care about them. It's that the networks are the ones essentially making these decisions. You heard it. The networks are going to be essentially battling it out and horse trading to see who gets what games over this coming weekend. So I understand the idea, but they don't care. They don't care about that. That's a non-starter.
No. 1 out of 10, Moses Lake versus Tri-Cities.
Well, that's a good question.
For 1 out of 10 first. 1 out of 10. Did you have any tacos and Sundays? Did you have any?
I did have a taco. Yeah, we had burritos and tacos at a place called El Rey.
Nice.
It was great, actually. Really, really good.
Oh, nice.
Let me say this. The people I met in Moses Lake.
Oh, salt of the earth.
10 plus.
Salt of the earth.
Coach Dan, shout out to Coach Dan, and shout out to Scott, who ran the tournament. A+, 10+. Like
any in the Rathman gang? Any of them?
Didn't meet any Rathmans.
No Rathmans. Darn it.
But I would say that honestly, the people were ridiculously awesome. Every single person I met from Moses Lake was amazing. Parents, people working there, like one after another after another. I don't know how much there seemed to be to do in the town necessarily, but the food we had was good, and the tournament was a huge hit. It was a lot of fun. We had a blast.
Great.
Yeah.
And Seth played her 4 best games. Stacked.
She played pretty well. Yeah, she
did
had a good
Mike
game.
McDonald, like stack and stack and stack and stack. She stacked reps.
She stacked reps,
periods. She
stacked
stacked
shifts.
games. Stacked shifts.
Yes.
She stacked them all up.
Whole team played well. Best they've played as a team. It was really cool to see. It was just a lot. And they're just fun, man. It's really, I would like to quit my job and become a full-time youth hockey parent. Is that like a possible? Is that a gig? Is that a job? Can I just watch youth hockey for a living? Because it's so much fun. Like I could do this all day.
And is it true about youth hockey moms? Like they're kind of the mafia.
They're
kind of run. Like they kind of.
You got to see whether or not they have an open container or a closed container, I would say. And if the container is closed, you may want to watch your back, and you may hear them at times.
So, what do you think about these Niners? By the way, all wanting Seattle. Your boy Bomb.
Of course he does.
Juan Jennings and the rest of them. You love the fact that they all kind of were hoping and wishing for yet another crack and another swing at these guys.
I don't care one way or another. I don't. I mean, what else are they going to say, right? I mean, like, oh, we're terrified of the Seahawks. They just beat us 2 weeks ago. I mean,
some of those dudes, no. But there's a way to say it, and then there's a way to go over the top, like Juan Jennings had to do. And there's a little of the revival.
I'm sure they're trying to get some of their dignity back after they were not just beat but beaten up here in Seattle just 2 weeks ago. So I'm not that surprised that they're trying to pull the pride card because they kind of need to.
Yeah.
Look, again, if the Seahawks take care of business, the Seahawks are going to be just fine.
Yeah, when you get to this stage, and we knew this season, all right? This is like, back in the old days when the SEC had their inherent advantages over everybody else. Their rosters were paid in full. They had more talent. You know what? They got to the big games, and they won. And the SEC was there. The NFC West, as Lyle pointed out to us last night in the email, 40-7. 40-7 versus everybody else. San Fran, LA, Seattle, 40-7 versus everybody else. Is it any surprise that 3 of the final 4 teams left in the playoffs are these 3? That have been the talking points all season long. And not just talking, you watch these other teams. And these other teams were flawed. Carolina gave a valiant effort, but that is a flawed football team, and that appears. Right? Green Bay was a flawed football team. Philadelphia, I don't get it, man. Something is smelling wrong in the city of brotherly love. Because those guys just do not look like they enjoy one another, enjoy playing the game.
Well, you saw A.J. Brown just walk out afterwards, didn't say a word. It's too bad. They have so much talent. I have them in my takeaways for later, but I like –
Yep.
Is it possible on that one?
Talent don't win titles, man.
No,
sorry,
but
Lyle. Talent doesn't win titles.
It doesn't win titles alone. Talent
gives you
alone.
A chance.
Yeah.
No, it does not.
But it won them a title last year. I mean, like, let's not get too carried away. They literally are the defending champs because of that talent. I wonder if it took a year, but eventually the Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey departures ultimately cost that locker room. That they were able to withstand it for 1 year, but ultimately, like, those two guys were kind of holding it together. I don't know that because obviously they won the Super Bowl last year, so it just kind of my gut feeling that those two dudes were a really big part of the culture in that building.
Yep. But you just see a bunch of flawed football teams. So you knew you were going to get to this stage, whoever we were going to talk about in this divisional round, other than, honestly, if Carolina would have found a way. And they were right there, man. I mean, that was just like...
How is that even possible? The Rams better be careful, man. They do not look good.
No,
they do not look like the team that everyone has been building them up to be. And the fact that they let Carolina nearly come away... That Carolina team stinks on ice. We watched them.
Yep.
I saw them with my own eyes just a couple of weeks ago. They were awful. That offense was awful, to the point where I was starting to have sympathy for Bryce Young because he looked so bad out there. And the Rams turned him into a serviceable player. And once again, they lost to that team and nearly lost them again. And now they got to go on the road in the cold and the wind and the wet and God knows what else in Chicago.
Is a madhouse, man.
Yeah.
That is a fun house, madhouse, and that is a wild ride. That is a volatile. Ben Johnson tries to keep it all together on the sidelines. And you could see him taking deep breaths, and then obviously he lets it go and lets it rip in the locker room.
He sure did, yeah.
His quarterback does not quite have that same demeanor on game day. That team is just full of. It kind of fits Chicago, man. It's a lot of different personalities and flavors, but they totally believe they can win. Green Bay totally shut it down, played conservative, and what a wild card weekend. Can I just say that? Like, I was down in Dallas visiting a dear friend of mine. I got a chance to sit on the couch a lot and watch a lot of football. And the NFL is, my gosh, best reality TV. We say that all the time. You just can't even write these scripts. Game after game after game after game after game, down to the final series, the final play, the final decision, the final, and the temperature heats up and the crucible gets hotter. And can you thrive and survive, or do you melt down? And do you panic? And do you call timeouts? And do you take delay games? And do you fall on your face? It is, oh, man, is it good stuff.
I think I do have to shout out, I think this is our guy, Ren, who texted in, watching youth hockey while you're a parent, awesome. Showing up to the rink to watch kids play hockey when you're not a parent, not so awesome. All right, fair enough. Point taken. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind when I
don't know. I'm going to be doing that here in a couple weeks. I'll let you know on that.
I know. Well, but you're a friend of a parent, right? Co-worker, something like that.
I mean, in some ways, I feel like Uncle Brock up there.
Yeah.
Seth's going to have Uncle Brock up
there.
Dude,
we're going to have a crew when we come to Denver, man. We're going to have, the Salk parent. Heather and I, Avery will be there. My parents will be there. My sister, maybe her fiance are going to be there.
Whoa.
Yeah. Heather's friend Sarah, How many Hewards do you think we'll get?
I think there's just the three of us now.
Okay.
I think Haley and
Haley's not going to fly in for this?
No, probably
That's
not.
sad.
No.
That's really too bad. I was sort of hoping Haley would fly in. All right, we'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, Brock, including a move in the city you were just talking about that could have an effect on the Mariners. We'll see. It's next on Brock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the number 1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, here we are, a big football game to talk about all week long in the new year here. So kick your new year off right by getting in shape and making Top Fitness your first stop. They got stores celebrating the new year with some great deals. Take your New Year's resolution seriously with the best fitness gear set up in your own home by our professional installers. They sell the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, and Hyrox. Come in now and check out the deal of all deals on treadmills, too. Precor $885 treadmills. These lease returns, they normally sell for over $13,000 new. Yours for $36.99, and that includes a full 3-year warranty. Hurry, they are selling fast. The same commercial treadmill, sold to health clubs worldwide. And every new treadmill, elliptical and home gym, they're all on sale. They got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state, and their staff will show you why. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love their stores. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Car Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcarshow.com. That's frontrowcarshow.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
It's the Clearance Savings Spectacular at Olympic Hot Tub. We're slashing prices on hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models. Plus, no interest through 2031. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Kick off 2026 at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton with their New Year's savings on your next car. Like the 2026 Corolla, leasing at just $215 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The 2026 Prius, leasing at $280 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. And the 2026 Camry LE, leasing at $339 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing, or finance at 4.99% APR for 72 months. New Year's savings at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Offers valid until February 2nd, 2026. Terms available on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks Divisional Round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win from the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports. Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks Niners Part 3, at least for this season, Brock. Obviously, there have been a couple other chapters along the way, but Saturday, probably Saturday night, 5:15. It could end up being the early game, which would be, 1:30? I guess we just have to wait and find out what time they give us. We won't know till after tonight's game ends. It could have gone a lot of different ways. The Rams could have lost. I never thought they were going to, even as Carolina was taking the lead late, 2:37. But come on, Matt Stafford getting an opportunity to win a game, lead a game-winning drive. Of course it would be Kobe Parkinson.
Stafford going towards the end zone. Parkinson! What a catch! And a touchdown!
I think Parkinson played his worst game as a pro in Seattle with the Rams. Had a couple drops in that game. There were critical drops. Since that game, the last 3 or 4 that I've watched, he has just, it's almost like it infused him.
Yeah.
Like, here's a little valley. I'm going to climb out of it. I'm going to be a difference maker. And what an unbelievable catch, body control, and finish to finish off the Panthers, who I think in those fans thought we're going to find a way to pull this sucker off.
Did you ever really think that? Then they get Bryce Young the ball at the end. He couldn't
Once they blocked the punt, honestly, when they blocked the punt, they had to do that. The block punt touchdown.
Yeah.
Then I was like, whoa, the Rams are going to, and the Rams kind of kryptonite, that special team's going to come up and bite them, but it didn't quite do it.
It did not. Could have been Green Bay, too. Green Bay led by a couple scores in the fourth quarter, but no, the Bears are the ultimate comeback team. They storm back with 25 points in the fourth quarter. Pretty impressive. Green Bay needed a touchdown, got within range, couldn't score. Chicago will host the Rams on Sunday. As for San Francisco, they didn't play the cleanest game. Brock Purdy, once again, turned it over a couple of times, but he made big plays when he had to, including the go-ahead throw.
Purdy, pressure, steps up. Touchdown, San Francisco! It's McCaffrey.
Yeah, he caught each of the last two touchdowns, one from Juwan Jennings, one from Brock Purdy. Niners lose George Kittle, hurts his Achilles, going to be done for the year, but they did get Trent Williams back, so not quite a wash.
I kind of watched him a dozen plays or so. He wasn't quite right.
No,
he got beat a fair amount. He didn't look like Trent Williams. Now maybe a week, I don't know. Well, now it's a short week and travel. Who knows, man? And then you got the magnetic fields there too. Poor George.
I was trying to come up with a good comp earlier for Brock Purdy. A couple of suggestions that came in. Kirk Cousins. I think there's a little younger Kirk Cousins, but he moves so much better.
Correct.
He extends plays so much better. Someone said Tony Romo, but I don't know if he extends plays quite as well as Romo did.
Yeah, that's a pretty
But it's
good,
not a bad one. I agree. I thought that was actually a pretty decent comp. Yep. There's a little Tony Romo to his game.
That was Saturday. That was Sunday. AFC games, any of them?
Let's get to those.
Okay.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, started with a beauty, another comeback. Josh Allen, that final drive, man. 53 yards on the final drive. He rushes for 12 more, including the touchdown and including that 10-yard rumble on the tush push. There's nobody quite like him in the NFL.
No.
I made the Cam Newton comp earlier. I think that's probably the best comp for Josh Allen with a very different personality.
Yeah, and a more just refined kind of passing element to it. Physical and similar in their physical nature, that their traits are just unique and different, and they show up in big moments. And Cam did. He won a national title, got a team to the Super Bowl, was MVP. Those talents just kind of express themselves. Whereas, unfortunately for Justin Herbert, he's got a lot of those same size, speed variables. 2-3 playoff games, they just have not yet expressed themselves.
Yeah, he looked bad, quite frankly. We'll talk more about him later. They did. I mean, 6 sacks looked like it. If you
hit all the time.
If you would ask me how many sacks they had in the game, I think I would have said 12, but it was only 6.
Johnston in motion, fourth down. Herbert hit to end it.
All right, so that's what we know. Bills and Broncos get the other Saturday spot. Patriots will share Sunday with the Rams and Bears, and they will play the winner of tonight's game.
From a TV standpoint,
Yeah.
just a television. You're a television executive.
Okay.
In New York. What's Josh Allen is a huge name. Bills Mafia is a huge deal.
Right.
The Broncos were a huge brand. They seem to be kind of coming back. You saw what San Fran Seattle did on that Saturday night, right? You did see that number.
I still think that'll be the Saturday night game. But it may have nothing to do with those two. It may come down to Sunday. And do they want
Texans Patriots?
No, but what if it's Steelers Patriots? Right? If it's Steelers Patriots, do they want that Sunday night, which would then give the
Rams Bears Sunday afternoon, right? Rams and Bears are Sunday afternoon. We know we're locked into Saturday. And you know that the Bills Broncos are locked into Saturday.
But they're not going to do the AFC won't get both. Neither conference will get both late games or both early games.
Oh, is that the deal?
I don't think they've ever done it that way. Where so I'm thinking they'll swap those.
Gotcha.
We'll see.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
That hot stove, Brock, finally giving out a little heat. Cubs signing Alex Bregman over the weekend. 5 years, $175 million, $35 a year. Okay, so Diamondbacks didn't get him. That's probably why they dropped out of trading Ketel Marte. Red Sox didn't get him. They may now go after Eugenio Suarez. I don't know. And as for the Mariners, I mean, I still think bring in Bo Bichette. He's the best fit. Take that out of it. Lyle thinks this means...
I thought I saw Bo Bichette negotiating with somebody, no?
sure. Negotiating with everybody.
Well, I thought I saw some
starting to get a little closer.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've never really felt like that was a likely scenario, obviously. Yeah. Maybe this makes Nico Horner available, but I think Lyle's probably right. It probably means that they're just in such go-for-it mode for this year that he's not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have any interest in Matt Shaw. I don't want to overpay for Brandon Donovan. Are we in, hey, none of these are worth it mode, and you just kind of wait and see?
Are we in, this is a 5-year, what was it, 5-year 175?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it deferred.
Yep.
Are we in, what does that say about the market? Is that an enormous number for Bregman in the market?
Enormous? No, it's $35 million a year, though, for an older player.
Okay. What does that do to Lyle's guy, Kyle Tucker? What's that do to Kyle Tucker, Lyle?
You know who doesn't stop Cole Young or Colt Everson from playing? Him.
Who's that?
Kyle Tucker.
Oh.
Kyle Tucker, yeah.
It's probably going to happen. That's everything you need to know.
Oh, well, what about the Friday game? Friday game was a good game. Did you get to watch any of Indiana? Oh, no, you were in Moses.
The what now?
Indiana, Miami, excuse me. Indiana.
Oh, you know what? I did watch some of that. It was a blowout.
Sorry.
I saw it was on at the. It was on at the bar.
Oregon, I apologize.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good game at all. That wasn't even a game.
You know what the best case?
Why would I even mention that? Who cares?
Best news for Oregon was that the NFL wildcard weekend came out.
Yeah, no kidding.
That was the best news, and they ran right out of that news cycle Friday night because they ran right out of the building.
All right, it's a Reaction Monday. It's powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Brock, there is one thing that people are talking about. Not just us, not just here in Seattle, but even outside of Seattle.
People are talking.
People are talking.
Talking about people.
Talking about people.
Uh-huh.
And maybe we should too. It's next on Brock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the #1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, it's Mike Salk here. And look, people all over the Northwest are going to lose 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I don't know how many pounds. They'll do it by March, and they'll do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. That'll be the big resolution, right? We're a couple weeks into January. If you're having trouble with your resolution, get some help. There's no shame in that. Starts at just a 15-minute phone call. I did the program. I lost 10 pounds in a week. I lost about 35 pounds in 8 weeks. Didn't have to fight for space in a crowded gym. Dealing with everybody else and their resolutions. No pills or injections or fake box meals, nothing like that. Delicious recipes, real food that you buy at the grocery store, and a great group of people to offer support and coaching and accountability and recipes, and all of that just works. It's not even that hard. Do it for yourself this year. Talk to the folks at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Do it now. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin. Muckleshoot. Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
People are talking, Brock.
People are talking. Who was that? Who sang that? Talking about people.
That's like one of those country women.
Is that Bonnie Raitt?
I would have guessed. That's what I was going to guess.
You going to guess Bonnie Raitt?
But I don't really know the diffence between Bonnie Raitt and the Judds, and like they're all kind of the same to me. Reba McEntire.
Bonnie and Reba?
Bonnie Raitt, Reba McEntire, and whichever Judd it is. Winona Judd, they're basically the same thing to me. So I one of those three.
A lot of redheads, a lot of power.
Are they all redheads, all three?
I don't know. I just know.
Will Ferrell.
Huh?
That's who it is. It's Will Ferrell.
It's not. I mean, well, maybe, but it probably started before that, I'm going to guess, Lyle.
That's probably where it's famous.
Bonnie Raitt. Bonnie Raitt? Oh, good call, Brock. Nice job. All right.
It's famous from Step Brothers.
All right. Well, people are talking about the Seahawks offensive line. Like, and not in a bad way.
Who is?
People are.
What?
People are. Here's Russ Tucker with Bump and Stacy last week.
I've certainly been impressed lately, and I think they have some really good pieces. I thought Gray Zabel was a terrific draft choice by John Schneider, and he's been exactly what they were hoping to get from him. Obviously, they feel really good about Charles Cross. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him the contract that they just did. You can probably say the same about Abe Lucas recently and the deal that he got. Obviously coming back from injury. You know, I think overall they have a solid offensive line. I think it's probably a better run blocking group than it is pass blocking. The thing I like about them is they're young. You know, like they should be able to grow together, and there's still some meat on the bone in terms of those guys getting better, which is really, really encouraging.
So, I mean, that is praise from a former offensive lineman himself, right? Who kind of looks at it and says, okay, I like what I'm seeing from that group. If you want a different perspective, this was Steve Weish, NFL Network, and a guy who I like a lot and respect. He was on, I think, also with Bump and Stacy last week.
They're playing on a thread. With that zone run scheme, you have to have all 5 guys, if you're including tight ends, 6 guys playing on a thread. And that's what they've been able to do. They may not necessarily be physically dominant, but technique-wise and some of the things they do, they're doing them the way they're coached to do them. Kenneth Walker's vision and Zach Charbonnet's vision in the run game is excellent. You even saw that on Charbonnet's touchdown run last week, how we just saw it and went. So the fact that all of those factors are working together in unison at the right time, I think should be incredibly encouraging.
Only change I would make to that is if you include tight end, it doesn't go to 6, it goes to 7 or 8, depending on the play, it feels like. But Brock, I mean, that this is a very different conversational tone than we had really at any point in recent or maybe even long-standing memory about this offensive line.
Agreed. And as you watch kind of a lot of the playoff games this weekend, and there was so much football to consume, and I think even some point Molly's like, really? There's another game? There's another game?
Make
Where's
it
DJ
stop.
Khaled? There's another. Here's another. I mean, it was an abundance. And for years, Salk, you looked at the Seahawks and their style of play and the way they played, and they didn't look like any of these other kids. And the big reason why was because up front, it just was not a competent group. It just didn't give you a chance. It forced, Russell to have to run like crazy and forced Geno to be in the shotgun and make hero throws all the time. And you didn't have any consistency. And now you kind of watch it and you look around and you're like, yeah, the Bears. Okay, the Bears are good. Bears spent a buttload of money on veteran guys, on Thuney and Dahlman and some of the names that we referenced. And, it's paid some dividends. They do a good job. What you've got is what Ross Tucker said, man. You've got a chance to be sustainable here, Salk, for the next 3 or 4 years. And like be at your best in your prime. And that is hard, right? A lot of this is, we got to fit this piece and fit that piece and bring this veteran in and that veteran in. Remember Hard Knocks with the Giants? Yeah, Saquon got all the play, but it was like, we'll sign this kind of cheaper lineman, and this guy will kind of fill in here, and we'll just get a bunch of fill. This isn't a bunch of fill. I mean, this is sustainable bedrock. This is who our team is. And I've always said to you, the best teams in my life experience are those dominated by that position group because it's the biggest on the team. 5 of them, right? Half of your offense, basically, is that group. And the way they go, your team goes.
Yeah.
And you got Charles for the next 5 years. You got Abe for the next 3 years. You got Zabel for the next 4 years. I think you can have Sundell for the next 3-4 years. And that right guard spot is still something that can be elevated in some way, shape, or form. And frankly, Salky, it's probably my biggest concern about Clint Kubiak to Atlanta, because I think that's going to happen. I think that's very real, is how much of then the intellectual property he takes with him from that line trust. Because this doesn't happen without John Benton and Rico and the whole crew all work of that.
So that's kind of what I want to ask you is how did this happen? Because if you go back 2 years, the Seahawks hired Mike McDonald, right? At the same time, that same offseason, the Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh, and we got to watch that Chargers offensive line last night. And those two guys have a fair amount in common, and obviously they had played, had worked together, and one coached under the other, and both of those teams, when they got there, had offensive line issues, and both guys want to be physical and have that kind of an offense. But 2 years later, look, now both made the playoffs, but the Seahawks have largely improved their offensive line. I'm not going to quite say fixed, although it's sure looking that way. And the Chargers clearly have not. So that might be the kind of sneaky.
Well, I mean, imagine.
I know they have
Lucas
injuries. I know they get injuries.
Charles Cross both had season-ending injuries. Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater, who are incredible players, first-round players, got paid. They both have been lost for the year. It's kind of tough. If you had James Jones playing every game, and then James Jones got hurt. So then now you're down to your third tackle on one side, your backup on the other all season long.
Yeah, we'd be watching a lot of cable do and kites, right?
That's a heavy lift.
That's fair. All right, so I'm not looking to rip the Chargers, more so to look at, okay, the Seahawks have done it. I didn't think it was possible. They did it without, spending as much as I think other people thought they would have needed to, myself included.
Yep.
Now, it wasn't the only path. I think it's fair to say the Bears did it as well. There was another team that a year ago, everyone was saying, well, their offensive line stinks. And a year later, they traded for Joe Thuney, who was a Pro Bowler, I believe.
All-Pro. He was All-Pro.
That's pretty good. Jonah Jackson, they traded for. That's worked out. They signed Drew Dahlman. That's worked out. So, and then they also changed their coaching staff. So the Seahawks version probably cost less. I have a couple questions for you about all this.
Infinitely less, yes.
One, how much of a difference did the coaching make in the offensive line? How big? I mean, you said the Seahawks are going to go. This is the conversation in the offseason. Rather than trying to, spend a ton of resources on players, they believe they have the players. They just need to coach them better and differently. Has that happened?
Oh, I can just feel Ray Roberts right now, wherever he's at, getting ready to eat an eggs, McMuffin sandwich, sitting in his car somewhere. Ready, you better answer this right, Heward. You better answer. I can just feel. What has the
coaching staff done?
Coaching has mattered tremendously.
Okay,
tremendously. That group again, you go back to college coaches and ask them what are the most important staff positions on your college roster. To hire. Obviously, your play callers, super, super important. Aside from that, O-line coach sets tempo, sets temperament of our team. O-line coach, strength coach, O-line coach, strength coach, right? Those guys spend an immense amount of time with the big people that it matters the most, who do the most selfless work, whose bodies hurt, who have to throw themselves constantly in harm's way. And oh, by the way, you hope can develop continuity and trust and all the things that matter. So coaching and what Benton and his whole crew, that whole intellectual property that I talked about, all those decades of experience in this system that you were bringing together here under Clint, it mattered. It mattered. And yes, I think, the story's not fully written. These playoff games will continue to define it, and they'll be critically important. But my goodness gracious, have they made huge strides.
Okay.
I think it's A.Q. Shipley that does Pat McAfee's work as far as the line of scrimmage goes. And he put him as one of the 5 best O-lines in football, Salk. One of the 5 best. This was PFF's 30th ranked.
I feel
30th ranked O-line going into this season.
And I feel bad. It's really
sacks have been cut in half.
I know.
You went from 54 to 27. Your yards per carry did nothing but grow and improve to, by the end of the year, 4.1. You had over 500 rushing attempts this season, by metrics, by all of it. And by the way, you're unbelievably young. What Jerry DiPoto said a few years ago, our rotation, our roster, our farm system is the envy of the league. Look around the league, how many teams would want your O-line situation, and especially with the resources committed to Zabel and to Lucas and to Cross for the next 3 to 4 years? They would all sign up for it.
Why is it still hard to fully believe?
Because you got all them videos of snacks at right guard. That's why I saw. You got all them videos of him pirouetting what is Bradford doing over there? As DJ said, it's so great, man. When he knows where he's going and he's got a body on a body, he moves people.
Right.
In space? That string.
Well, and
what did Weiss say?
Just some of
they're
that
playing on a string,
trauma.
but they got kind of one knot in that string.
Right. No, I think it's also just some historical trauma of it's hard for, even though I know what I've seen and they've been great, there's just that little historical trauma of but it's always been a problem. Is it really not a problem anymore? It's pretty incredible to think that it's not a huge weakness on the team as it has been for so long. Second question on this, and then we'll do some Blue 88 in just a couple minutes. Gray Zabel's personality.
Oh yeah.
What effect do you think? I mean, the guy seems to be just energy giving, right? You talk about energy suckers and energy givers. He really seems to be a person who gives energy, and that's not a slight on anyone else on the offensive line. I don't know their personalities nearly as well. Charles Cross seems pretty quiet. Abe Lucas, I think we know a little bit about him. I confess I don't know a lot about Bradford or Sundell or anybody else's personality in that room. So not just ignorance or naivete. But God, does Zabel ever seem to have that presence that just gives everyone around him energy?
Yes. Yeah, he's a talker, right? In most O-lines that I was ever around in my life and covered, right? You couldn't have 2 or 3 talkers. Then it's a problem. But Aristotle, that they called Tarek Glenn back in the day in Indy, he was the talker, right? Saturday did some as well, but Tarek was the one that led the conversations. Robbie Tobeck was the talker. Like, you just kind of go through, those teams through the years, and you kind of have,
because some of those guys just like kind of listening, right, and laughing.
They don't like to be out front. Big Walt did not like to be out front and be the talker and be the, Ben Hamilton famously, right, when he was in Seattle with a lot of those Broncos background, like, we don't talk. That's not what old linemen do, man. Hard hat, right? We just go to work. And Gray, I believe, would be the communicator if they were playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and the 5 of them had to pick who goes on the seat. I think it's Gray, because then he can call different people with his lifelines and helplines and talk his way through it. And you know what? Behind the scenes, and this is, I think, an important point, when I've talked about John Schneider and all the resources he has around him. And when you talk to him, he does spray it on everybody. Everybody's a part of this credit pie, right? The analytics team, the personnel team, the drafts, the scouts, all of them. But Steve Hutchinson played a big role and has played a significant role. He's got a big voice and a lot of trust, the Hall of Famer. And he loves the Seahawks. And even though there was a poison pill and all that crap that knocked him out of here, Seattle, as far as the NFL goes, I think is his home team. And he's been a vital voice. And he was the one that stood on the table. If John Schneider stood on his table for Russell Wilson back in the day, it was Steve Hutchinson that stood on the table and said, John, don't you go anywhere else. That's the guy that this group needs, and he's paid big dividends.
He can do it, John. I don't need this gun anymore, John. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I would just like to state that I'm going to read you something, Brock. This is my life.
Yeah,
this is what's happened. This is my
look up
life.
something real quick,
This is my life. I just did a 15-minute segment on how much better the Seahawks offensive line is, right? Can we all agree that that's what we just did? No, stop it. I just did a 15-minute segment on how good the Seahawks offensive line is. The only thing negative I said was there's some historical trauma, which is straight fact. 360. Hey, so put some happy pills in your coffee this morning, Salk. I turn you on first thing. You're negative Nelly. Let's be positive about the game this week. Positive thoughts, positive comments. Let's go, Salk. You got this. 360. I'm going to find you. I'm going to track you down. I know I hope you're just trying to get under my skin. I hope. I hope that you heard that segment and didn't come away with, man, Salk hates this offensive line. He's super negative. Because I fear for your listening ability, your comprehension, and quite frankly, your ability to live a healthy lifestyle, if that's what you got out of that. Brock, question number 1, we talk a lot about projecting forward, right? How are the Seahawks benefiting from other teams not doing a good job with that?
Yeah, and certainly Max Unger would come to mind back in the day. Right, we talk about O-line and some of your trauma. A lot of that trauma unfolded when that voice left, and all those conversations we had for all those years about trying to fill that leadership void that Max left and didn't really get filled very well. And then he went on and played for the Saints and won a Super Bowl and did some awesome things and was able to stay healthy when the team, frankly, did not think that body would hold up the way it would. We have another trauma with Randy Johnson back in the day in the Mariners. They thought that back and all those Toradol shots and everything, there's just not going to sustain. You know, he's an unbelievable player, but we better get what we can now because that back was problematic. Well, and Randy went and won Cy Youngs and World Series and Hall of Fame and yada, yada, yada. So you've seen it in our market on that side, kind of painfully, but they're the beneficiary right now. Because as I understand it, Salk, those Los Angeles Rams, they loved Ernest Jones. Who doesn't love Ernest Jones? Dude, just personality, physical. He is just your present day middle line. He's a second team All-Pro, by the way.
Can run.
Second team All-Pro.
Yeah, deserve it. He's been awesome.
And the Rams loved him. They just didn't think his knees could hold up. They were like the Seahawks were with Max Unger, different guys through the years. So you got to make those projections. And, you wondered why he got traded a couple different times in a year, this guy. And that was it. It was that was it and it alone, because his play is that good. Is a second-team All-Pro, recognized, really, really impressive, awesome for him, big incentive in his contract for that as well. And kudos to him, but it was like we just don't know how long that knee and that body can sustain and hold up. Well, it's held up pretty well, big time this year, and hopefully for years to come as the Seahawks invested in him as well, and getting the fruit of that trade for sure.
All right, question number 2. All right, fourth down decisions, man, because they are the thing.
We're going to talk about this at some point today.
Well, we were going to do it now, 8 o'clock. I think we're going to kind of dig into some of these analytical conversations.
Let's do that. We can go deep because there's a lot of them in every game. But just help me. Do you have any, Lyle? Oh, God. I don't know if I can ask Lyle math questions. Is it your understanding, Salk, with all of these metrics in baseball, and they've been around a long time, Bill James, right, back to the 70s, you start tracking all this data, and baseball's not really changed, right? 90 feet, 60 feet, these, 4 balls, 3 strikes. Like, there's all these kind of independent numbers and all these kind of independent interactions that give you so much data out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do we really think that football can do the same thing? Because I'm having a hard time trying to figure out, do they have all the downside? All of the downside when it doesn't work. And it doesn't work a lot. And Dan Campbell can speak to that and vouch for that a season ago. Like, what happens when it doesn't work?
I think they have some of it. I mean, again, maybe we get into this deeper at 8 o'clock. But, so what you're saying is, what happens when you go for it on 4th and 1 from the opposing 10, right?
Yes.
The downside of not getting it. I think what they do have is the data on drives that start at the 10.
I guess. No question about that. But to me, there feels like there's many more negative inputs. In baseball, it's like positive input, negative input, positive, negative, positive, negative. In football, there are so many more inputs in that regard. You don't get it, like on a 4th down. There's just negative. There's negative in change of possession.
Mm-hmm.
There's negative in the field position that you've, either lost. Philadelphia yesterday at the 45 or 50 yard line. There's negativity in the energy that creates for both the morale of your team and then the positive energy it feeds to the other team and to that venue and to the fans, where football is so much more emotional and loud, in that sound and that energy and that, the feeling in the building has such ramifications, where, again, baseball feels like it just doesn't, certainly in the regular season over 162 games. Positive, you get to keep possession. I don't know. It once again was just struck at, I wonder, and if there are mathematicians, and there are, and they're paid a lot of money in these Bibles and books that all these teams use, and resources that, these teams spend an extraordinary amount of money on. It must make sense to them and get explained to them in a way that, we can factor this in, and this input, and that input, and that input. But baseball feels so much more sterile and scientific.
Mm-hmm.
And football feels so much more convoluted and passionate, that I just don't know if they mix in quite the same.
All right, we'll dig into this in a little greater detail here in about 10 minutes. Question number 3. We do still have stats, though, in football, right? Give me a couple that had, the playoff winners have had in common.
I went through all 5 of them, Salk, and it wasn't turnovers.
No,
it wasn't number of plays played.
Too. It's funny.
It wasn't time of possession. It wasn't some of these things, and even situational ball. The only thing the thread, there we go, on a string like Sam Weish. The one thing on a string that all 5 winners had, not rushing yards this time around, not rushing yards attempts. You know what it was? It was yards per pass attempt. It was explosive plays in the passing game. All 5 of those winners over Wild Card Weekend, all of them averaged more in pass per attempt and completion per attempt than they did their opponents. And it was big plays in the passing game that led to that. Big play by Buffalo late. Big plays by Brock Purdy in San Francisco that punctured Philadelphia. Big plays for L.A. that saved their bacon in Carolina. Like, all 5 of those games, that was the one commonality. A couple big plays from Drake May to offset, some fumbles and sacks and interception. Like, it wasn't the turnovers. It wasn't like these QBs. Jalen Hurts played really clean. really, really clean. Didn't fumble, didn't throw a pick, didn't matter. Didn't make explosive plays in the passing game. Just did not get enough of those compared to your opponents. That was the one number that I could find through the 5 that had a commonality with all the winners.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. 206 weighing in. Isn't everybody negative compared to Brock? Yes, I think that's fair. Thank you. That is true.
Oh, so this is my fault.
No, I'm just,
it's my fault.
I'm not blaming you. I think that's a fair question. Yes, Brock is a generally positive person, much more so than me.
Who is a more positive person than me?
Who is?
Yogi Roth. Yogi Roth is a more positive human being than me.
I mean, I can probably come up with a few.
Yeah, there's some.
I'm not going to name names because that's not fair.
There's some announcers that are more
some
positive.
Folks on TV
that never ever point to. I will say this. I was, and maybe I'll say, I was disappointed in the broadcast this weekend.
Really?
I was. I sat there more times than not. Like, come on, man, you got to talk about this. Come on, you got to talk. I know the NFL doesn't want to do that, and everything wants to be positive, and it's not. If there's a protagonist and an antagonist, we always talk about the positive. But come on now, like when you burn timeouts, Matt LaFleur, you can't do that. You know, and that was Al and Kirk. Like, come on, like delay a game. Like you've really got to. Like if Sean McDonough was on these games, he would have put the screws to him. Like,
he always does.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And maybe why he does, frankly, college football. And his fit was a little better in college football than it was, frankly, the NFL on Monday night, as awesome as he is. Because there were multiple situations and occasions where, like, hey, man, Philly, you can't burn that timeout last night. I don't care. Get to the right play. Game's over if you don't get that 4th down. Right? You don't get it. You save all 3 timeouts.
My thought was make sure you get the right call. Your season's over. The big problem with Philly is after they called the timeout, they called the lamest play I've ever seen.
They called all go. 4 verticals into quarters coverage.
You didn't need a timeout for that.
No, you did not.
That was pretty lame. All right, coming up, Brock, you started a good conversation. Let's finish it next on Brock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the #1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I did used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something? Because I do want to retire, and I'd like to do it sooner rather than later, and I'd love to really enjoy my retirement. I'd love to travel. Well, I don't worry anymore. I don't wonder anymore. I met Trajan Wealth, and now I have answers and a real plan. They're not just advisors. They are fiduciaries, and they treated me like family. So take some of that stress off your shoulders. Call Trajan Wealth and get your plan started today. They'll take the time to determine your own risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your timeline. Working with you, they'll develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. So call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. A consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our clearance savings spectacular, and you don't want to miss it. We're slashing prices on all 2025 hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models ready for delivery. And here's the best part. 0% interest financing through 2031. That's right, no interest for 5 years. Ends January 25th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Your windows and doors play a huge role in your home's efficiency and comfort. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors for windows that are up to 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and reduce noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text ROCK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's ROCK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Get your freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
A lot of people don't like Tony Romo. In case you're wondering.
Oh, he was bad too.
Was he? Did he have a rough one?
So in the open of the game, he talked about we may be in store for an upset like the Carolina Panthers. Like,
wow, and it didn't.
Carolina
happen.
didn't win.
Oh, Tony.
Yes.
That's tough.
Yes.
That's
by the
tough.
way, the Bills were favored, so it can't really be an upset when they're favored.
Oh.
Like,
that was rough.
Like, what are we doing?
That's not good.
No. And usually those opens, by the way, you rehearse, right? You know, you go through them the night before, and that's like one of the only real rehearsed aspects of a football broadcast is that open. You got to make sure we go here. Here's the elements we want. Here's the numbers. Here's the stories. Here's the pictures. And then even 15 minutes before kick, you run through it one more time so director can be on his P's and Q's. And
I don't know, Brock. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, that was a little rough. Tom talking over Kevin about. I don't know.
I didn't mind. So I didn't get to hear everything. I was sort of in and out throughout the weekend, as I've mentioned.
Yeah.
I got to watch a lot of the Carolina game, but didn't get to hear it. I did get to watch all of the Patriots and Chargers game. Lucky me. That game was just boring. I mean, it really was a boring game.
Yeah.
Although Tirico makes everything great.
He's so good.
I mean, he's so good.
Yeah.
But I think Brady's okay. I don't mind him. I don't think he's like a great
his football IQ in his football. And when you get to he had that really cool segment about the thrown into the wind in the plane of the ball, Salk. And I've talked to you about the U.
There is something
C.
about having the GOAT do it.
Yeah.
There is something about it. And it's
like credibility beyond anybody else
there
when
is.
they open their mouth.
There is like just a little bit of,
probably.
and that's not to say that everyone else doesn't have credibility. They'll play the game and all that, but there is something about Tom Brady doing it that's like, yeah, okay.
But there is something about Chris Collinsworth where you're like, yeah.
Well, of
this
course.
dude's really good.
100%.
And Aikman tonight with Buck, like they're really good. Yeah,
they're really
There's
good.
a lot of
at
trust.
this.
There's a lot
But
of
for year
continuity.
two, I don't know. I don't
on task.
I don't have a problem with Tom Brady other than the fact that he's running the Raiders, which I think is absurd.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get to this. Okay, everybody's talking about the O-line, but everybody, Salk, in football is talking about all these decisions on fourth down.
Okay.
Because it came into the spotlight an awful lot in just about every one of these games, right? And was there a very clear trend line that the team that went for it fourth most lost or won? Not necessarily. Every game in the NFL, we know this, is like its own standalone, independent. How is the game going to declare itself? Where is this thing going to go? I struggle a little bit with this data working the same way as it does in baseball because we don't have centuries or not it. Well, yeah, in baseball, I guess centuries. This goes all the way back to the 70s, right? In baseball, I just don't feel like, in as much as this game evolves, it evolves so much so, and it feels like it evolves even more than baseball does. Baseball has evolved. Right, we've seen it with all the pitchers used and moves made to bullpens, and that's not to say baseball doesn't make adjustments and doesn't evolve either.
Brock, I would go even farther than you on that, and I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I think what I would say is in baseball, it's not so much the historical data that they're looking at, is that you have more data points for each decision you're going to make, even that have taken place within the last year or two. It's the difference between 162 games and 17. And remember, when you're even when you're making those decisions about 162 games, you know it's not going to work every time. You're betting on process. You're betting on large numbers and large number of reps. That look, I don't know whether this lefty on lefty matchup is going to work. I know that the historical data, even of just the last year, 2 years, 10 years, whatever it is, I have so many data points on it that tell me it's going to give me the best shot to work.
Pitch versus this tunnel and versus this circumstance. There's so much data. Last night, the Chargers get the ball, right? They punt to begin the game, and they get the ball inside the 10 in the end of the first quarter. You do anything in your first three downs, kick the field goal, go up 3-0. Go up 3-0. You're on the road against a quarterback in his second year and his first year in the system. What does a deficit do? Wow, we don't get it. He's got to drive at 93 yards. Well, he did. They drove at 93 yards, and they went down and they scored. But, score points. And can that data, rectify, okay, what does it mean if you put this quarterback who's never been in this situation, in this environment, and you put them down versus, oh, my gosh, you don't score. And now it's like a double whammy. The defense comes away exhilarated, full of that much more morale. Your offense comes onto the field we're fine. It's 0-0. We're totally good versus being down. And can you take in all of those? And I don't know, man, maybe I'm just old man because I know NFL teams spend a lot of resources on this as well.
Well, and they should. I mean, they should be building as much of a reservoir of information as they can. The question is whether or not they have it dialed into a point yet that it provides enough value for them to base their decisions on it, and whether or not there are enough points in a game for process to work. You could
Mike is always exasperated, confused. What? How are we? No, we pay attention to this book all the time. There's so many data points, decisions, inputs, all this throughout a game, and yet, you know what? They were dead last in the league and going for it on fourth down by a long ways. Is there any correlation to them being 14-3? Causation, correlation? I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, Mike's been really good at his decision making, and Like, there's a lot of ways you could do this. You could say, look, we always go for it on fourth down. Like, we're going to do it almost all the time.
Like the Bears did at their own 35
Right, like
yard
the
line.
only way to really make this work is to give yourself as many opportunities at it as possible. Just going for the occasional fourth down doesn't give you the edge, right?
And then once
gotta
you
do
go
it all
for
the
it, so,
time.
like my buddy Graham said a bunch on the couch with the Bears backers, like once you go for it on fourth down at your own 30, kind of the Rams versus the Seahawks in that last
My
game.
question about that is, and maybe this is out of bounds, and maybe the analytics people would give me a pretty good answer to this, but if you're going to go for it on fourth down all the time, why don't you go for 2 every time?
A lot of them do.
No, every time.
Yeah.
Like, if you're telling me that getting an extra point has so much more value, or getting, in this case, 4 extra points is really the whole goal there over and over again.
Sure.
Why don't you go for 2 every time? And over the course of a game, don't those add up? Right. Now, maybe you would say, well, without the benefit of a longer field behind you, but it's always from the 2-yard line? I mean, so it's always 4th and 2, essentially, in that moment. Why aren't you going for those every single time? So I agree with you. I do think it's a little messy in the NFL. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. They should be spending a lot of time and energy trying to figure it out.
And it sure creates a lot of conversation.
It
and
does.
It sure leaves a lot of people exasperated. It sure leaves a lot of wonder. And it sure adds yet another talking point to the NFL that's got more talking points.
Since somebody thought I was so negative earlier, I'll be super positive. I think Mike McDonald's gotten this so right over and over and over again. I mean, I think he's got – I have total confidence that when we come in here Monday morning – we're not going to be talking about how Mike McDonald blew this game with bad decision-making. They might lose. I'm not saying they're going to win the game, and his decision may backfire in some way, but there is no chance we come in here like, I can't believe Mike McDonald thought that would work. What a terrible decision.
And on top of
he just
that,
wouldn't do that.
Just feel overwhelmed in those moments.
Right. Exactly.
We'll get to this in takeaways,
man.
There was team after team where the game sped up.
So well said.
On a bunch of people.
That is so well said. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then those takeaways from the weekend. No Mike McDonald's show today, unfortunately, because there was no game yesterday. But we're calling in the righty, or the lefty, really. Brian Nemhauser going to come in. He's a lefty golfer.
He said he's committed to a 12-second pause.
Oh, really? 12? Well, then he still will have 5.2 seconds left to get to McDonald. That's coming up later. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 7 and 10.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the past game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes. Had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for a refractive lens exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
We'll dig into this a whole lot more this week, Brock, but obviously it is now Seahawks and Niners, the third installment of this rivalry just for this season, and there's a playoff history there as well. Saturday, could be Saturday night, could be Saturday afternoon, still kind of remains to be seen. We won't know what network it's on or what time it is until later tonight after the Steelers and Texans, but it could have gone differently, right? I mean, at first it looked like the Rams might lose. That was interesting and obviously would have been helpful for the Seahawks, but I'll tell you, they win, they come back to win, and Stafford did his thing. He hurt his finger. He's going to have to go play in the cold and the wind in Chicago. Like, are you as scared of the Rams right now as you were a few weeks ago?
No. We'll get to them in takeaways here. No, they're very vulnerable on the back end of their defense, and they look like an older team that's wearing down.
Mm-hmm.
right? The 49ers are a team on fumes that absolutely played terrific. And Philadelphia was a team that did not look like they want to play football together anymore. Like they've got their bags packed and they're done with their coach and they're done with, just each other. And they just don't I did not feel brotherly love once again. I just did not feel any love for each other or the game watching that. It was like a robotic, arduous, well, let's just get through this and let's find a way to win in the end. And it just, yeah. And San Fran, kudos to them, man. They came in with juice and with life, and Christian made some plays. Purdy made a bunch of plays.
He's good, man. I think Brock Purdy's good.
He's a tough sucker, man.
He's been better after getting paid than I ever thought he would be.
I would agree. That whole conversation that he's nothing but a facilitator and everything around him.
He's more than that. He moves around. He escapes pressure.
Like he did in Ames.
Yeah.
He elevates people around him.
Yeah, I think that's very true. Now, the biggest play of the game, he didn't have as much to do with.
Sky Moore again. Little trickery. Who's thrown it before. Going deep with Caffrey. He's got it. Touchdown 49ers.
Hey, Tom, don't do that, though. Don't do that.
The yelling.
Don't do that. As Joe Buck would say and nicely said, like Troy never does that.
Right.
And that one little clip we played where Troy just installed real briefly, not tonight. Like, don't be that guy. You're the GOAT. Don't be screaming and yelling and like fan.
No, I tend to agree.
That's not you.
I do think that it was natural. It was real, right?
So I don't care. Like
it was real reaction.
Guess what? You get 70% of the verbiage in there. Let that guy, that's what they're paid to do. That's his call.
That's fair.
That's not you.
Yeah. Pretty cool play, though.
Yeah, sure was.
The trick plays have not been very good this year, but that one was obviously called at the right time. They win. So, all right, Niners are here. No George Kittle. He's done. Tore his Achilles, drank a bottle of tequila.
Bottle of Patron. Could you do that?
No. What?
3 or 4 hours?
Could I? Yeah. Oh, in 3 or 4 hours?
Yeah.
No, still no. At least he didn't down the whole thing like Nick Cage and leaving Las Vegas.
Lyle, could you do that? A whole bottle of Patron in 3 hours?
No.
I mean, I couldn't drink that much tequila in 3 months. I don't like tequila very much, but...
Couldn't that make you go blind?
I don't think that's the thing that makes you go blind. I'm not sure. Trent Williams was back. Fred Warner's probably not going to be back. George Kittle is, as I said, done for the year.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
AFC games, Josh Allen is kind of in a category of his own right now.
He's shoved across. They'll go ahead and take the touchdown as again Reggie Gilliam rides right behind him, and the Bills are back in front with a minute to go.
That whole drive, pretty ridiculous. Threw for 53, rushed for 12. Bills survive. They come back to win in Jacksonville. They'll go to Denver to play the Broncos. The Patriots won last night as well. And really, it was just their defense was spectacular. The offense didn't do a whole lot. Defense was spectacular. So they will await the Pittsburgh-Houston winner. And that game will be on Sunday.
And by the way, the early line, a 14-3, number 1 seeded Denver at home underdog.
Wow.
To the Bills.
Wow.
To the Bills.
What is the Seahawks line?
7-point favorites.
Sounds about right after what you just saw. Yeah, that all feels about right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, I know you love that hot stove. It's been very cool, but the coals were stoked and everything just kind of exploded. Well, at least it started to with Alex Bregman signing in Chicago. He gets 5 years, $175. That's $35 a year. That was
a lot of it deferred, I saw.
Yeah.
A lot of it deferred.
Yep. That was never really going to be an option for the Mariners, but what are you doing? What is left to do in the infield, which has kind of been their stated goal, other than Brendan Donovan, who...
So Bregman didn't go back to Boston, and I think there was some thought of that.
Yep.
Now, Boston, it's been basically, you've heard a lot of Boston and a lot of Seattle when it comes to Brendan Donovan. So does this heat Boston up that much more for Brendan Donovan?
Maybe. I mean, obviously you still have Geno as a possibility for either of those two teams.
Nico Horner.
I like that idea.
Nico Horner more in play.
I
he's
thought
on the final
maybe,
year
but
of his deal.
Lyle
and
thinks
now
it's the other way around.
Yeah,
No, I
Chicago
think
spends that money. They're all in, right? Yeah.
I think the Horner thing's done. I think after signing Bregman, there's no
for
way
them
to
to give up a 6-win player after, maybe they just let him go at the end of this year, but why not give it a run with him?
Warner's a 6-win player.
It was last year.
That's how much he does with his speed and defense. Yeah, he's arguably
really good.
the Cubs' best player.
There's a reason I've been talking about him. He's not a bad guy. He's good.
Yeah.
I don't see the Matt Shaw thing happening. Certainly not. I don't know, the clubhouse and all that. I don't feel right.
Impact, Salk. What impact we got? What impact? They want to do more, by all accounts. Every article written, everybody talked to, people you talk to, I talk.
I don't see a lot of impact available right now unless, you're willing to go find a way to sign Bichette.
Oh, look at you, pause. That's a big pregnant pause. Biggio or Bichette? Biggio or Bichette? It is in your hands. Look at you. You
Don't
can't
be a
even
jerk.
fake it.
How dare you?
Even
That's
fake
everything
it.
you need to know.
So, did you watch
For the past every
Fernando
hour.
Mendoza at all Friday night there
No.
in the Tri-Cities?
I did
or,
not.
excuse me, Moses Lake.
I did not know.
Moses Lake. No, he was.
Was he good?
Oh, my gosh.
I thought you said he wasn't that
I don't
good.
know. I don't know if there was a prospect over the course of a season who has turned my opinion more.
No, you said
at
he wasn't that
quarterback.
good like a few weeks ago.
At the beginning of the year, even middle of the year, I was like, yeah, product, system guy, RPO guy gets the ball. No, that's done.
It's legit.
Yeah, dude is like mechanically, and the comp is Sam Bradford, and you could say Sam Bradford, what?
Sam Bradford, big number one
Sam
pick.
Bradford, yeah, and then the right people around him, and he just got so beat up. But there he is. When he is teaching tape fundamentally, and his base is so good, and then these moments get bigger, you realize he's got more touchdown passes than incompletions in both the Rose Bowl and the Peach Bowl combined by a lot. Like he just doesn't miss. He's your kind of guy. He is unbelievably accurate.
Is he my kind of guy though?
I mean, he doesn't run as much as you want. Maybe he's
Personality
maybe he's not.
wise?
No, probably not. No, you want to talk
is he
about
really my
positive.
kind of guy?
You think I'm positive?
I know. I hear
Fernando Mendoza.
I've heard it's kind of annoying.
Oh, it is over the top.
Is
positive.
it? Yeah, I don't think I
think the
can know
most
that.
I've ever heard in my whole, even positive me is like, whoa.
Maybe
that is
that's why they had
beyond
to fire
positive.
Pete. It was just going to be too much for the two of them together. Like, nobody could handle this. It's just going to be nauseating to have the two of these guys speaking back and forth to each other. All right, we got takeaways, Brock, from a almost full set of Wild Card Weekend games. One more to come tonight, but we'll give them to you next on Brock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the number 1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, has it been wet enough for you guys? I know it's going to be chilly at times as well. So if your attic and crawl space are well insulated, your home will never feel that cold. It'll always feel pretty cozy and warm without your furnace having to work overtime. You'd be surprised to learn how many homes here throughout Western Washington lack insulation, though, in those spaces. So if you're feeling cold drafts, you see your heating bill spiking, now's a great time to learn if you got anything going on behind that crawl space or attic hatch. Do it for free. Have Crawl Pros come out and conduct a corner-to-corner inspection of those spots, just like they did at my house. Remember, Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. They came out, they looked at my crawl space and attic, they found the insulation issues, they got that stuff fixed, and it's made a huge, huge difference. They also can help you with utility rebates. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you get a rebate up to 95% of the cost of the insulation job. If you're worried about anything going on in your crawl space or attic, critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing, you name it, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Our friends at Mazda.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move You sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks Divisional Round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, there's no Seahawks game this weekend. Did you enjoy the relaxation of just getting to watch 4 out of 5 really good football games without the stress?
I did.
Pretty fun, right? When you don't have any stress level.
I got to do it in Texas, too. You know, I ate clean all week, just a lot of protein, avoided the stuff.
Not in Texas.
Well, that barbecue got me.
Of course it always does.
Saturday, and then literally Saturday night when I got to the hotel, I couldn't move. I just couldn't move. What is it about barbecue? Like burnt ends and mac and cheese. I know what it is. It's just heavy.
Yeah.
And it's so good and it's so rich.
It's very heavy.
But then when you like try to get up from the couch after 3 hours,
You're done.
I was like, Molly, wheelbarrow me to the car, dump me on the bed. I'm not moving. And I don't think those nights when you sleep in bed and you wake up and you're like, what dream? What you said you had a nice dream?
No.
Pillows are everywhere, comforters off the bed. And then there's nights where it's like, whoa, I did not move. I don't think I moved an inch. Nothing displaced. No sheets, no pillows, no nothing. I was just comatose.
All right. But you got to watch a lot of this.
I did.
And I think that's going to leave you with a lot of great takeaways.
Takeaways.
Oh, Lyle, were you going to say something there? You have a little something, Lyle? What? Was that a burp?
What are you hearing?
Yeah, I didn't hear
I
anything.
don't know. I thought you were going to pop in with something. Weigh in on barbecue. I guess not.
Dude, Lyle, whoa. Chill. What are you hearing?
Gosh.
I don't know what he's going on about.
Lyle came off the top rope there.
Sam Levitt to LSU. I know you're furious about your Sun Devil down there in Bayou Country. Good marriage.
We're a pipeline for LSU at this point.
Pretty much.
That's sad.
So I think my takeaway, Salk, I'm just going to kind of go chronologically, if that's okay.
Yeah, do whatever
Through
you
the
want.
weekend. I know you did that at 6:30 as you spun around the weekend and everything else. That Rams team, everybody in the power rankings, it's the Seahawks, it's the Rams. It's Vegas has got them as the top two teams, still as Super Bowl favorites. Everybody has watched them this season and is just hoping for a third version with Rocky and Mr. T and oh my gosh, Clubber Lang, it's going to be something else in Seattle. They are not nearly as complete as Seattle. In all three phases, they're just not. And their special teams, quite honestly, I was picking up the barbecue at that point, actually. And the TVs were on at the joint, and it was like, oh, my gosh, Carolina just blocked. Oh, my gosh, there it is. That Achilles heel, it's going to show up at some point. That kryptonite's going to emerge. You got to be a complete team to go on the road in this tournament and win game after game after game. And their special teams fired their coach after the Seahawks debacle. I honestly did not think at any point until then that the Panthers could win this thing. Because they're just incomplete. The back seven of their defense does not run. Everybody thought, well, here comes Julian Love. Here comes Quentin Lake. Here comes their quarterback of the defense. Here comes that captain. He's going to settle things down on the back end. Not so much. They are, and the Seahawks expose that in both of those earlier matchups and big moments going up and down the field. They are not tight. They do not, what does Mike McDonald love to say? Tying together the rush with the coverage. Can we tie together the rush with the coverage? Denver does it. Houston does it. Seattle does it. The Rams do not do that defensively. They lack speed. Landman cannot run sideline to sideline, cover a lot of ground. They are not elite speed and not elite length in the second level of their and third level of their defense. It got exposed. And Carolina nearly came away with that thing, which would have brought, well, I guess the Niners would have still come here. Panthers would have gone to Chicago in that scenario. But, man, at that point, you're thinking, this is exactly the way I want to kick it.
I get it, but I think the thing with what you just said there, Brock, holds very true. And it not that I'm not a little, nervous still about the Rams. I think the challenge with the Rams is that for whatever reason, that offense just seems to give the Seahawks
the second time,
problem,
not
right?
The first time. And not the second time in Seattle last year, right? Seattle had their way with Matthew Stafford at home last year in the matchup. They had their way with Stafford in LA, like 2 out of the last 3, and on full weeks of practice and preparation.
Brock, come on, you can't tell me that offense doesn't make you at least a little bit nervous.
No, Puka Nacua is unbelievable.
That's right.
Devontae looks old.
But also just
down.
those crossing routes. I don't know, whatever reason, I think that's still going to just stand out in people's mind. But the fact that they looked so bad again in Carolina, I think makes them a little less intimidating. I don't know that they come out of Chicago with a win. Cold, bad weather. And by the way, I think Chicago's an interesting matchup for Seattle. I think they're a very interesting matchup with a quarterback that can run around and do some things. I don't know whether their defense is not very good, and I think that's a challenge. I don't think the Seahawks will go into a shell the way some other teams have late, but they are a very interesting challenge for Seattle.
Well, you think a high of 18, a low of 8, 40% chance of moisture.
Tough when you've been in LA all year. That's for sure.
Yep.
Takeaways.
All right, so what's the deal in Philly, man? What is the deal? I'm sure it's a tough pressure cooker to play there, dealing with that media market and that fan base. But they have arguably the best GM in the game. They built another fantastic roster full of talent. I like their quarterback a lot. He won the Super Bowl MVP last year. What happened? Why is it so miserable there? And you pointed that out a few times. My instinct says that it starts with their coach. That Sirianni is toxic in some way, that he seems like a problem from the outside. I don't know what it's like when you're actually there, but from 3,000 miles away, it sure feels like it starts with Sirianni. It's hard for me to believe that Jalen Hurts is the problem. He's such a hard worker. He seems like such a selfless dude. Barkley is such a hard worker, right? I did mention earlier, maybe some of this was, just eventually the loss of some of those locker room presence guys like Kelsey and Fletcher Cox. Mm-hmm. But, they won the Super Bowl without those guys last year. So, they were able to. A.J. Brown clearly is a challenge in that locker room, but they're going to have to make changes. And I would think that it's the head coach, right? I would think there's another head coach opening in another day or two.
You're going to add another?
How do you not?
Because LaFleur, everybody's pointing to LaFleur.
I was reading today that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
No, Schefter said they're going to work something out. All right. But I would think
I think with Sirianni's greatest strength, and this is all from afar, right? Mm-hmm. We're not in that market daily. We don't get to talk to him every Monday. From afar, I think Sirianni's one of his greater strengths is he seems to be a pretty vulnerable, transparent guy. Mm-hmm. And whether it's the tears that come out or whether, he takes responsibility, it feels like. But then at some point, you've also got to be like, okay, bring more to the table than that. Like Mike McDonald's that, and then he's the greatest defensive play caller in the league, right? There's like a respect factor because of that. I don't know I don't feel a tremendous amount of respect as far as the football, chops of that guy from people in that market or his team or anything. Like, good dude, great dude.
I want to see Mike McDaniel in Philly. Tell me that wouldn't be hilarious.
Do you really?
No, but it would be hilarious.
Yeah, there's just something there.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, the connection and the brotherly love. It is funny that is the city of brotherly love, and it's so antithetical to that so often.
There's something rotten in Denmark there.
Yep.
You know what that's from, Lyle? Oh, he's working with the other room. Never mind.
He's trying to get the cameras fixed.
I know, and he's doing a good job. Don't worry about it.
Oh, he is?
Takeaways.
He's working hard trying to figure that out. Now I got two of me on my screen. I don't know about that.
You just got it fixed.
Did he really?
Yeah. You're up. You got it fixed.
Lyle, way to go, dude.
Maybe quit whining.
I'm not whining.
Maybe quit taking shots at Lyle.
Lyle, how was your weekend?
He's busy.
He fixed it. He's not busy anymore.
Leave him alone and give a takeaway.
Jeez. So Shefty's saying LaFleur's back, huh?
Yes.
I know there's a lot of these markets that are like, oh, we're cursed. We're doomed. We're cursed. We're screwed. Nothing good can happen to us. How many sports markets in America are like that? How many Buffalo's like that with their football team?
Yeah. But you don't.
Cleveland's like that. There's Chicago
I don't know.
Cubs for 100
do you think
years.
the 6 or 8 Cardinals fans feel that way? Like, they're not cursed. They just have a terrible ownership.
That's right. No, that's a different deal.
Okay.
No, that's not cursed.
I think there's a few.
The Green Bay fan base got to be hurt a lot in playoffs. They've seen a lot.
Please. The Green Bay fan base could get over it. They've won Super Bowls. They've had like 3 quarterbacks in the last 35, 40 years. I don't want to hear one bit of whining from Green Bay Packer fans.
Of collapses.
Oh, please. Chicago Bears fans can complain. They've had disaster quarterback after disaster quarterback for generations. Mm-hmm. Washington fans can complain. They've been, held hostage by Dan Snyder forever, and every good quarterback they get gets hurt immediately. Like, they can complain. I don't want to hear an ounce of whining from Packers fans. Spare me. Spare me. Go cry into your cheese.
Talking about playoff meltdowns of the last decade or so. And there have been a bunch of them, and this one might top the list. You're up 21-3. You're up almost 24-3. But Chicago called a timeout after, right before the made kick, and then he missed the second kick, McManus, and that started the roll of a lot of missed kicks for him and PATs and absolutely helping part of the undoing. One of the silly things in the state of Colorado, Salk, and I'm told next year it's going to finally change. One of the silly things in high school sports in Colorado is for some reason in girls and boys basketball, they don't have a shot clock. And it is the stupidest, most inane thing you've ever seen in your life. Like, where's the shot clock? You can't play basketball without a shot clock. But you know what I've seen over the years? Teams get a 10, 12-point lead in the third quarter, and guess what they start to do? We'll just go four corners. We'll ice this sucker. You're going to have to foul us, right? You're going to have to come out. And you know what it does? Totally disrupts their tempo. It totally disrupts the flow and the energy, the confidence, all of it. And when Green Bay came out in their first two series of the third quarter, right away I went, uh-oh. Not the way you do it, man. I don't care that Chicago threw a pick. I don't care that Chicago melted down. Don't do that. Like, don't just take a sack, Jordan. Like, create. Go run. That's throw it away. We're up 21-3. Chicago's toast. They're not going to come back on us. Really? On your defense? They can't rush the passer and stays on the field and gets exposed? I don't know. You were in and out on some of that watching, Salk, with all your hockey. Did you see the 4th and 10 conversion to Roma Dunze?
No. Oh, yes. I saw the highlight of it. Unbelievable.
Jeremy Fowler, I think, many did, but a picture of Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Right.
It was pretty amazing.
Oh, my gosh. Now, they don't make that play, then go ahead and be conservative, but they made that play. And then you felt that whole thing turn. And don't take a delay a game after a timeout, and don't burn a timeout, and then another time. Like, it was, you get what you deserve. Yep. That's what I say about that game. You get what you deserve. You melt down in game situations. You get overwhelmed by the moment. You play not to lose. You deserve to lose. And that's exactly what happened to Green Bay.
Takeaways.
Josh Allen is better than Justin Herbert. I don't think that is a takeaway in and of itself, but they have a lot in common. They both have strong arms. They both have big frames, right? But Josh Allen is special. There is no doubt. And, I was wrong about him coming out of college. And in his first year or so, he is, I think, probably the best player in the NFL today. He's probably not going to win the MVP. But I was saying to these guys earlier at 6:30, Brock, if you had a draft for 1 year, like what quarterback do you want next year?
Yes.
It's Josh Allen, right?
Yes.
Like, and I don't know that it's particularly close. You could have a different conversation if it's like, who do you want for the next 8 years or something like that? But right now, who do you want for next year? I think it's Josh Allen. So I just kind of watching him and Herbert over the course of the day yesterday. Allen is special. Herbert isn't. He's just not. And I don't think it's a personality thing. I just think Allen's better. Like, every time I watch Justin Herbert, he feels ordinary to me.
Yeah. Like,
he just doesn't know how to get the most out of his body, or like, he's talented, but he's not like talented. Do you know what I mean? You know that I'm trying to emphasize the word, like, throw it in italics, the second one. Like, and again, that's what I used to think about Matt Stafford, and ultimately he was that talented. He just needed to get into the right situation and allow the talent to flourish. And maybe the same is true for Justin Herbert, but he just kind of reminds me more of a discount Matt Stafford, where like I know he's got a bad offensive line. He's not entirely at fault for yesterday, and God, people just seem to make a lot of excuses for him year after year, and I'm not convinced he's very good.
Well, I'll tell you what he is.
Just that there's something wrong there.
He is a tough dude now.
Cool. Well, that's fine. I'm not taking that away from him.
He took 60 sacks. He took a beating. He took a bunch of.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. But he's been really bad in every playoff game.
Yeah, it's bottom line business. You gotta win playoff games.
Yeah.
That's ultimately, sadly, rightfully, wrongfully, that's what you're judged for.
So did you see this list from Nick Wright? I was curious if you saw this. He and our friend Danny Parkins were going back and forth. These were quarterbacks that he would take over Justin Herbert in a playoff game right now. Okay? Tell me if you would disagree with any of these. Mahomes. Allen. Stafford. Burrow. Caleb Williams. You're crazy.
Caleb, you didn't watch the game?
I saw the end of the game. I saw what he did at the end when it mattered. I saw that.
Makes a lot of mistakes, and he misses more throws than anybody in the league. So,
yeah. Well, he's already won more playoff games than Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Drake May.
Hard to say. To me, they're very similar. No.
Purdy.
Not necessarily.
Hurts. Goff. Trevor Lawrence,
I don't know,
C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott, Lamar. Interesting that he had 17 names on there.
Yeah.
Not Sam Darnold.
Yeah, we'll get to QBs in a second. Here we go.
Takeaways.
Just one last thing on Josh. they do that, and I don't like that crazy hot scale. It's not really necessarily my brand. But I'll make an XY graph of quarterbacks with abnormal skill sets, yet staying normal human beings. Josh Allen's number one on that list. He's got the most abnormal skill sets of size, strength, arm, speed, all of it, with maintaining a normalcy as a human being. And just a guy that his teammates and his peers all seem to really, really respect.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll
That's
put
fair.
that there.
Is that it?
Vrabel's pretty good, man.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Vrabel's
he's great. He was the guy I wanted here a lot, along with Harbaugh, and he certainly outcoached Harbaugh.
It just appears that Vrabel is in a spot.
Yep.
And we talk about it all the time with quarterbacks. And I'm going to spin this to Seattle and Kubiak. It appears that, we can easily say with QBs, man, fit matters. Fit matters. Like where you go, the people around you, the system around you, the personnel around, all that matters. It does matter. Fernando Mendoza, if he were playing at UTEP, is not the Heisman Trophy winner, is not the number one pick in the draft. He's with the right guy in the right system, with the right people and the right veterans and all of it. I saw somewhere that Indiana's football team is older than I think the Seahawks football team per man. Like 23.9 years old versus 23.1 or something, just ridiculous. Fit matters. And Mike Vrabel as a fit in New England is hand in glove. Hand in glove. All the decades there as a player and as an assistant and everything else, and you just feel his comfort there. And the second time around is also not coincidence.
Yeah, learned what he needed to in
you
Tennessee.
take all that you learned from all of
Sure.
that. And I'll tell you what, man, when he went and hugged that defensive lineman, I was like, be careful. He got his helmet on, coach. He got his helmet on. This is not going to end well. And sure enough, cut his lip and his face, and he's bleeding. And it was just like, it's just perfect. Once again, yet again, another little, storyline in these wild card weekends. And NBC does such an amazing job in their broadcast and paid all that off. He sure looks like an incredible hand-in-glove fit.
He
as much
might
as
coach.
McDonald does here in Seattle.
Yeah, he might coach the way he played as much as anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah, with a rage, yet a controlled rage.
Yeah, and a sense of humor and a smirk. All of those things to get, he just coaches exactly how he played. There's been no change to him.
That is hand-in-glove fit. Clint Kubiak, the more I think about it, to Atlanta. And I'd heard a bunch of rumblings from a lot of different people about this. I think as far as hand in glove, and the fact Matt Ryan gets elevated officially and he's leaving CBS and he's president, along with a committed owner, along with a running back, along with a good offensive line, along with being in the South, along with having a say with the GM. I'm not real concerned about other jobs. That's the one that concerns me. And as I said, it's also who he takes with him on that offensive line in particular that would create a little bit of anxiety when this thing's all said and done.
Takeaways.
Okay, quarterbacks.
Okay.
Quarterbacks. All the narrative going into this playoff for Mitch Eisen, Joel Klatt, Daniel Jeremiah, everybody else we talked to, all the talking heads all across, and they'll continue to be so because many of them advanced, was like, okay, outside of Stafford and Josh Allen, everybody else is basically the same, right? And I think, honestly, that narrative for
everybody being the same, but okay.
But in the same vein of, if they don't take care of the ball, they're host.
Yeah, can we take Bryce Young out of that?
And every one of them is susceptible to giving the ball away and fumbling the ball and throwing it away, and none of them have.
Just take Bryce Young out. He's not in that same category.
He played a lot better than he
I'm
did
sorry,
down the
I
stretch.
can't.
Yeah.
No. That's
Trevor
a no
Lawrence
for me.
Gave the ball away a couple times. Brock Purdy gave the ball away a couple times. Drake May gave the ball away, sacked 5 different times. Put the ball in harm's way a bunch. Matt Stafford should have had 3 picks. Puka Nacua saved his bacon big time. Another dropped one. He puts the ball in. Save for Josh Allen.
By the way, if Puka doesn't get that ball, I do think Carolina wins. That's the one play. Because I never thought Carolina would win that game, except when that ball was about caught in the end zone. It's they actually are going to win this. And then play by
turns into just an unbelievable
Brock, your thing actually leads to one of my takeaways. We can kind of combine them. Has the worm turned on turnovers? Because the Eagles and Packers both won the turnover battle 2-0.
Yep.
Right? Pats turned it over. I think it was 3-1 in that game.
Denver and Seattle both have negative turnover.
I know. So 4 playoff teams finished with negative turnover differential. Seattle, San Francisco, Denver, and Chicago were all negative in the turnover differential. Those 4. Now the other 8.
Part of the 8 remaining.
The other 8 were positive.
Yep.
It's also worth saying that if you look at the turnover differential list, other than those 4 teams, the other teams that are negative are the worst teams in football by a lot.
Yes, they are.
So I don't think the worm is totally turned.
Nope.
And I don't think you'll ever convince me that 1 year of some data showing that a few of the good teams turn the ball over more than they should have.
All of these extra possessions and all these extra plays and all these extra downs by going forward on 4th down more this weekend than
does it
any time
change
in
some
the
of that?
history of Wild Card Weekend, does it soften the blow a little
Maybe.
bit? Again, is data going to play that out over the years ahead when you actually have enough data points to take all that into consideration?
It's going to be really hard for me
because the game
to
wasn't
believe
played this way 10 years ago, 15, 20, 25 years ago.
It's going to be really hard for me to believe. I have grown up with such a healthy fear and disgust for turnovers that it's going to be really hard for me to imagine.
But I'll go back to what I said in Blue 88.
I know.
The only number that I could find between all 5, and maybe there were others.
That's just one weekend.
Maybe there were sacks or whatever. I know, but these 5 games was you've got to push the ball down the field. Like if you don't make explosive plays and you don't do those things and you just play not to lose and not to turn it over, and we're gonna not turn it over and we're not gonna fumble and we're not gonna.
Yeah, I get that, but you can't. I don't know.
It can't be at the
I know
cost
this game
of being
evolves.
aggressive.
I know the moment you think like this is the only thing that matters is the moment they find something else that matters more.
Yep.
But it's just going to be really hard for me
I think
to
the
believe
middle ground,
turnovers don't
honestly,
matter as much.
I think the middle ground is turnovers, of course, matter. Possessions absolutely are the ball. But it cannot be at the cost of neutering your aggressiveness.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's well said. All right, that's a full
That's
sled.
2 well said you've given me today.
Well, you've been really good.
Was this your time around people in Moses Lake that just were builders and
takeaways.
people and positive and like you gave me a really well said last hour. You gave me a really well said this hour.
You've been very convincing today. What can I tell you?
Really?
I like when you're convincing like that.
All right. Or are you just a little hungover?
Not anymore. Not hungover now. Well, let's not get
Do
carried away.
hockey families go hard on the weekends?
Some. Some do.
Where do you fit on this spectrum?
It depends on the night and where we are and, what I have coming up the next day and how stressful the games are. I mean, there's a...
Would you find yourself if there is a spectrum? Like we found this in tournaments when we traveled, like, whoa.
Yeah.
There are definitely some, whoa. Yeah, they go hard.
There's a lot of different. Here's the one thing I would say, and I could spend forever talking about the weekend I just had in Moses Lake. I had so much fun. It was a great tournament. Shout out again. I've shouted out those guys a few times.
When you texted me, there's people that listen to Rock and Salt. I was like, what is rock? And then you didn't even respond to my text when I was like, what is Rock and Salt?
Yeah, you got to remember, though, I'm wearing like gloves and I'm doing the best I can. I think I was texting you from the penalty box. Okay. I ran the penalty box one game. So, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, that's not.
Oh, yes.
That's not that unusual. We do that sometimes.
That's a great job.
Well, it wasn't because nobody took a penalty the whole game. I was just sitting there by myself waiting for somebody to come hang out with me in the penalty box.
I don't want to be around that guy.
I finally looked over at Cecily. I was like, could you, hit somebody or something so you could come in here? Like, I'm just hanging out by myself. The one thing should I say that? Hold on, I'll come back. I'll say it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710. Or Rock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the number 1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First. Esta canción que canto, amigos,
Experience the iconic Mexican music group Bronco at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Saturday, February 28th at 8 p.m. They've sold more than 20 million albums and performed for audiences all over the world. Now Bronco is bringing their modern take on regional Mexican sound live to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a test of your emergency alert system.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
No, the only thing I was going to say about the fans, Brock, at the youth hockey tournaments, can we be done with the cowbells? Can we stop with the cowbell?
Oh, so Titus can't go to Mississippi State?
I'm just saying the cowbell's dumb.
What?
It's just
Really?
dumb.
Really?
Well, I mean, maybe it's fine at a college environment with 75,000 people there, but with like 35 people in the stands and you're ringing a cowbell the whole time, like the Cougars and Wildcats, Brock. Like it's ridiculous.
One thing you're going to grow to love, and I know many listening right now who've done the trails all over, the Best of the West tournament in Yakima, or tournaments, Hoop Fest in Spokane, all the different events, baseball tournaments across the Great Land. You're going to really, find yourself enjoying the sociology of the different fan bases.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is. It is quite compelling, and it is like a string and a thread that through the decades kind of doesn't change. Like that's difficult crew, or I enjoy competing against them, or I can't stand them. Like, yeah, it is a wonderful element to the competition in youth sports for the years and years to come, Salky. So
well, our girls were very popular in Moses Lake. They put on quite a show. They were just as fit. They were the only all girls team. They were super physical. They don't take any guff from anybody. But then they dance the Macarena on the bench. Like, there is just nothing quite like it. Cecily dancing on the ice more than she probably should have, and she wasn't the only one.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw Ashton dancing. There were a lot of dancing. Emma was dancing. More dancing than you would think before face-off, but it comes with the full physicality.
Guess what, Salk?
Yeah.
They weren't dancing in San Francisco.
No.
When they heard the 49ers got to play a short rest. You like that little segue right there?
No. It was actually pretty bad. It was actually really bad.
Good.
It was
I was
terrible.
hoping for that. After all these compliments,
really bad.
After all these compliments today, I needed something to bring me back.
Well, that was
down.
really bad. That made almost no sense. It was really dumb and really, I'm gonna say
Kyle
no.
Shanahan, he wasn't dancing.
I will tell you,
he didn't care. He had
he was probably passed out a few minutes later.
Yes.
Here is Kyle Shanahan whining, Brock, about the league being so mean to the 49ers.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be Saturday. But hopefully, if the NFL's cool and understanding, they'll make it Sunday.
Oh, we had to travel. I'll tell you what, Kyle. If you win last week, you don't have to worry about it.
No, and the Seahawks will come to your place on a Saturday.
And as I said, like, the fact that you got to at least play last Saturday, you didn't have to do this on a short week. What if that game had been on Sunday like everybody wanted it to be, right, in both cities? Well, then you would have played this past week on a short week and had to travel to Carolina because you lost. I'm so sick of it. It is such garbage. Just play the freaking schedule. Fans, stop whining. Coaches, stop whining. Mike McDonald's got this right. Like, just play whatever they give you.
And
it's
honestly,
one day of a short rest. You're not talking. I get it at the Thursday stuff. Like, that stuff's garbage. And the NFL is screwing it up with the Thursday games. And playing big games on Thursdays late in the year is dumb. But having to play Saturday? Shut up. This has been the case since forever. Monday night games when then you play Sunday. Well, if you can play Monday and Sunday, then you can play Sunday to Saturday. What a whiner! That is garbage, man. And I hope for his sake that doesn't trickle down to his team. The excuse making and woe is us and all that. That's lame.
Yeah, that would be the part of it, just from a presentation standpoint. Of what you're presenting publicly. Now, this may be something where he goes in the locker room and says, totally different, but I don't think it is. I think this is just kind of the nature there. And yeah, I would much prefer, the old Pat Hill at Fresno State in the 90s. I'll play anytime, anywhere against anybody, and I don't care if it's on pavement. Let's just go play.
Mark Few and Gonzaga.
Yes, let's just go.
Let's go.
Play.
All right, maybe we'll win, maybe we won't. But
Mike McDonald,
we're not afraid of anything.
Everybody else, let's just go. This is what it is.
Yeah.
But for his team, in Salk, they practice next to an electric field. I don't know if
Stop
you know
it!
that.
I know, and they're so beat up. And the thing that's annoying about it is, he's actually done a really good job with it this year. Kyle Shanahan should be
unbelievable job.
Huh?
Unbelievable job. And yet again, you lose George Kittle in the first half, and he still
So maybe this is working for him. Maybe this is hey, it's the league, and everybody is against us, and we have to rally. Maybe that's the point he's trying to make.
I would say,
but if he really believes this, get a life.
I would say of every team that I watched, and I don't know if this was just my eye or preconceived biases, But they come in with their little stereo thing, and Trent Williams is doing his dancing, and da bomb, 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 and Juan Jennings. They love to talk, and their veteran receiver. Like, there is a lot of chip on their shoulder. It is us against the world, as much as any team that I have felt in this playoffs. And frankly, what you chuckling at?
I'm sorry.
You got
keep going.
good?
You just keep going.
You can't read that, can you?
I can.
Yes.
It says, Salk, you spent a whole segment last week whining about the Hawks and Niners being on Saturday night.
No, that's not true. That I'm sorry. Is that what? Is that a 360 or is that my people in the 253?
209.
A what?
California somewhere.
Oh, that's California. That is absolutely factually untrue. Salk did not do that. Salk wanted to play on Saturday.
Really hurts my heart.
The people just don't hear.
That really hurts.
They just hear what they want to hear.
Brock, I really, there are times where I hate this job. When I hear something like that, it really makes you think, like, why do I bother prepping at night, coming up with things that I want to say, spending 4 hours a day talking about these things that I think are, hopefully interesting to people out there. And I met so many nice people at Tri-Cities this weekend.
They really enjoyed the Rock and Salt
Apparently.
Show. Did they call it the Rock and
Would
Salt
you stop
Show?
it? Some 14-year-old kids came over. They were awesome. When you read something like Salk, you spent a whole segment whining about the Hawks Niners being on Saturday last week. I really, it makes you question why you even bother doing this job. Truly makes you wonder.
No, don't let one voice sulk. It's just one person.
I want to go to your house in California and explain and show you the show sheets, show you my emails, whatever it is. Yeah.
You okay, man?
That one, I don't know. That one got me. I'm sorry. That one derailed me. That one really derailed me. I'm sorry. It's not that it's insulting. It's more depressing. The insults roll off the back. All right. You don't like me. Fine. Taking my comments and literally hearing 180 degrees the opposite makes it so depressing, spending all this time generating conversation. Oh, it's really
Have you ever thought about going the other way? Just going so opposite of it? Then maybe if they do screw it up and go opposite of that, go so unbelievably negative and whine about all of that, and then people be like, oh, you were the one that wanted to play on Saturday.
Pollyanna Salk, as usual. Always the positive guy. Oh, man. All right. California is right. I remember. No, you're really wrong. I really spent, I've visual, physical evidence of my emails to these guys saying, oh, I love the Saturday night game. Stop whining. It works out better for you long term. Lyle, can I get some help here?
I mean, for the record, I spent week 18 complaining about it being on Saturday.
Yes. Big whiny Lyle. The only thing I said was that afterwards it was fascinating. The Seahawks did better ratings than Pittsburgh and Baltimore did. Mm-hmm. But
do we need to go?
Huh?
Do we need to go?
Go where?
Do you need to take a break?
I might need to. Yeah, I need to pump myself back up. I'm depressed. Okay. I'm gonna find a way. I don't know what I do when I'm depressed, but I'm gonna listen to some Rush or something. I don't know. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk.
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the #1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This is so fun for me. I get to talk about my friends at Tila Mortgage again. And if you are 62 or older with lots and lots of equity in your home and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or a HELOC means a bigger payment and the cost of selling your home, I know it's insane. So what should you do? Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really do have three options when you think about it. Number one, sell your home. That's expensive. Number two, get a HELOC or refinance. That's fine. Or number three, really dig into and look at getting a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis, and they believe, geez, we've been talking about analytics a bunch. They've done it. They've got a lot of data, and they believe that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their home without selling and then have the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? Not really. Call today and let's compare TILA. Spelled T-I-L-A. That's a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call. They're ready at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. It's our clearance savings spectacular, and you don't want to miss it. We're slashing prices on all 2025 hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models ready for delivery. And here's the best part, 0% interest financing through 2031. That's right, no interest for 5 years. Ends January 25th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bowo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at cressydoor.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to MyDataQB.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or MyDataQB.com.
Start 2026 at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton with their New Year's savings on your next vehicle, like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $298 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR for 72 months. The 2025 Gas RAV4, leasing at $330 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. And the 2026 BZ, leasing at $339 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. New Year's savings at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Offers valid until February 2nd, 2026. Terms available on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic Series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Can always count on Matt in Oregon, Brock. He says the insults roll off Salk's back, but the stupidity, that gets tangled in his back hair. Very fair. All right, Brock, it'll be Seahawks and Niners, and there's so much to discuss here all week long. It's going to be a blast. Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger, is going to be on with us here in about 15 minutes, and we'll dig into this matchup a little bit with him, but we just saw it. And as I since then, what? So both teams will get their left tackles back. Trent Williams is...
He played through it. He said after the game that he thought at some point things going to blow, but it's win or go home. So might as well play until that hammy blows again. It didn't blow. He didn't move like he normally moves. But that's a big deal for them. Probably a bigger deal for them than Charles Cross coming back for Seattle.
I would say so.
For sure. I don't know for sure.
I mean, he's a fully healthy Trent. Well, I mean, he's the best in the league.
Yeah, but Josh Jones, but it's the Delta, right? The Delta between Trent Williams and their backup.
Pretty well. That was my point.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay.
Right. So that makes it a bigger deal for them because Josh Jones played pretty well.
Yeah, that's probably that's fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Was that well said?
Yep. That's well said.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
But you're going to get also Kobe Bryant back. They lose George Kittle. They're going to have to play in the short week, and Brian Shanahan can't even deal with that. Kyle Shanahan can't deal with that, rather. So we'll see, man. It's going to be here. It's going to be Saturday. It's going to be loud, and it's going to be awesome.
Do you have any preference, a day or night?
I do, but only because of my own schedule and
oh gosh, all about you again.
Well, we got another hockey tournament this weekend.
Just when people start to come around, give you some empathy, then you got to make it all about you again.
In general, Saturday night's the best.
In general, you want Houston to win tonight, right? So, or do you? Do you want Pittsburgh to win tonight?
I think you want Pittsburgh to win tonight. Yeah, I'll be, as usual, rooting for Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers.
You want Pittsburgh to win tonight, so they got the Sunday night game in the AFC, and you get the Sunday night game.
Saturday night game here.
Saturday night
game.
I
think that's probably right. But, God, can I bring myself to root for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers? Probably not. But I'm very selfish, so I don't. It's a good question, Brock. Let me go back and forth. We'll see what it feels like when the game actually starts.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Hey, I wanted to play you this sound. This is from Rob Manfred. Did you hear this? Any of the stuff from Rob Manfred on Thursday or Friday with WFAN?
No.
So he's pretty invested, it sounds like, in...
these in-season tournaments?
Well, not that so much. He talked about how it was a possibility, but they don't really want to go that way. But they are going to realign and expand.
I would like to expand. I think 32 would be good for us. And, fundamentally, it's just there's a lot of cities like to have Major League Baseball. When people want your product, you ought to try to, find a way to sell it to them. It's kind of basic, number one. Number two, it does a ton of for us from a format perspective. You would realign. You would do it along geographic lines, which could alleviate a ton of the travel burden that's on players. Remember, we ask our players 162 times in 186 days. So most of the play between 162 and 186 travel, right? I mean, so you can eliminate a lot of that travel, make it less burdensome, which would be a great thing in terms of player health and safety.
Yes.
It'd be really good for the Mariners.
I would think so.
Right?
As long as you keep the Dodgers in the NL, obviously.
Well, I mean, they're going to... No, I mean, they'd probably be in the West with you, but...
The Dodgers?
Yeah.
Nah, keep the Angels and the Giants and the Rockies.
But the Dodgers would be with you.
Nah, the Dodgers can be with Arizona. Keep them in the NL.
There isn't going to be an NL. That's the point.
Oh, no NL?
No, he's saying you go to East versus West. It wouldn't be an AL and an NL.
If you play geographically, we get in a postseason. We have those 4 window days that I love, right? You get 4 baseball games in a day. It's awesome. But when you think about the fans in the individual markets, you always end up with, because of the way we're set up, you get Boston versus Anaheim in one of the early rounds. So you're either going to be too late for the fans in Boston or too early. So if you realign geographically, you would look more like other sports where you play up east into the World Series and west into the World Series. And that 10 o'clock game on the West Coast that sometimes is a problem for us becomes a primetime game on the West Coast for the two teams that are playing. So there's a lot of advantages to it.
Okay. All right.
Pretty crazy. I mean, that would be a very different vibe, right?
Sure would. Kind of down with that. Down with the APP, you?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Fine. I mean, the AL and NL thing is kind of dead, right?
Because of all the interleague play.
Because the interleague play and the rules
No
are the
DH.
same. There's no difference anymore, which is kind of sad. I like the differences. I like that they used to have different umpires. I like that they didn't play each other. And then when they did it just a little bit. Playing the entire NL is like, ugh. Baseball's trying to be like everybody else, and it just stinks. And you know what? All this will probably happen after the big lockout. Cubs spent a whole lot more money again over the weekend. They get Alex Bregman, 5 years, $175, $35 million a year. They get better, and the Mariners are waiting, I guess, still to make whatever move they want to make.
So that means Kyle Tucker's not a Cub, right, Lyle? It means it's not a Cub. It's too much money.
I don't think he was.
I see options dwindling for him. Still out there.
It's everything you need
Still
to know.
out there.
That is it. That's all of it. That is everything, Brock.
What do you think of the All-Pro teams, by the way? 5 Seahawks on it, 4 of them on the second-team variety. JSN, the only first-teamer. Did he have any real rub with that? That kind of hit, I think that was Friday, or was that Saturday morning? I believe that came out after our show on Friday. I know that for sure. Good for Leonard, second team. Good for Ernest. We talked about him. Michael Dixon getting the love. And I think the notoriety. And Spoon, once again, doesn't put up all these stats, but people that watch and people that actually look at the tape and see the force multiplier. That felt about right to me.
Yes.
I don't think any of those. Maybe Leonard Williams. Maybe.
Stephen Hauschka ever make one of those? We're going to talk to Stephen Hauschka tomorrow. What time? 7:30?
7:30.
We're talking to Stephen Hauschka, former kicker Stephen Hauschka, going to join us tomorrow at 7:30. He's now working with the Seahawks and specifically Mike McDonald on how he presents, how he talks to the group. A lot of that stuff has gone through Stephen Hauschka this year. So we're
Did you play him in the last ping pong tournament?
I did.
Not?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's
right?
very good. He's a good ping pong player. There's
Better
no
than
doubt. Lyle's also a very good ping pong player. Yeah.
Lyle, should I try to get you in this tournament? That's also, he's hosting tournaments of cool charity stuff. Would you want to play in that tournament, Lyle? Would you want to represent Brock and Salk?
Sure.
Okay.
Lyle's really good.
Lyle's really good.
Really good. Like legit, really good.
Oh,
Lyle's really, really good
I
at ping
like
pong.
this.
No,
Brock
he's
and Salk,
good.
bring her.
It's a Reaction Monday. It's powered by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and we'll do it with Hawkblogger Brian Nemhauser next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks aren't just the top seed in the NFC and a Super Bowl betting favorite, but Bump, you said if they play like this, they can actually win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they can get it, man. Look, this is what you do. You run the football. 39 times they ran that thing. 180 yards on the ground. You had some explosive plays in the pass game, and this defense was smothering.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Start 2026 at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton with their New Year's savings on your next vehicle, like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $298 a month for 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR for 72 months. The 2025 Gas RAV4, leasing at $330 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. And the 2026 BZ, leasing at $339 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. New Year's savings at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Offers valid until February 2nd, 2026. Terms available on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealers, accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on January 17th and 18th. 400 tables, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. CGC, JSA, and Beckett will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center. Saturday and Sunday, January 17th and 18th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to FrontRowCardShow.com. That's FrontRowCardShow.com.
Seattle Sports is giving you two chances to win tickets to the Seahawks Divisional Round playoff game at Lumen Field. Tap the Win tab in the Seattle Sports app or visit the Seattle Sports YouTube page for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game.
Holy catfish!
That's 2 separate chances to be part of Seahawks history. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks.
Listen to the 12th man.
Seattle Sports.
this hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, it is Monday. It is 9:30. Must be time for the Mike McDonald. Wait, hold on. I'm being told no Mike McDonald show this week. Instead, we're calling in the lefty, Brian Nemhauser, Hawkblogger, filling in for Mike McDonald.
Is he a lefty or is he one of these ambiguous guys?
Oh.
Amphibious guys.
It's a lefty stick. I know that.
All lefty.
You're dead lefty, huh?
Oh, yeah. Left-footed, left-handed, left-brained, probably. I don't know. I've never tested that, but yeah, all lefty.
Long off the tee with that. Long off the tee with the lefty swing, Brock.
He hits bombs.
I like the sound of that. I actually went back to the driving range for the first time in a couple months, and swings all right.
All right.
It's not in terrible.
You weren't whining when you got there like Kyle Shanahan? What is the deal with this? Like, he's got to be playing a game, right? It's got to be, it's us against the world. The league hates us. right? Only we in this locker room believe in it's got to be that, because there's no other way you can whine like this, right? Here's the sound of Kyle Shanahan after the game.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be Saturday. So, but hopefully, if the NFL's cool and understanding, they'll make it Sunday.
Ugh. What do you think? What's going on?
I mean, it's so crazy because like they've been in this position before. They've been the number 1 seed before, and they know what comes along with the number 1 seed. There are benefits, like it's good to be king, right? And part of what comes with that is, no, you don't put the number 1 seed on Sunday when for the conference championship, they could potentially have a rest disadvantage versus who is a lower seed playing on a Saturday. Makes no sense. And the fact that it's not only Shanahan, but it's the San Francisco media, they know better. Like everyone in Seattle media was telling me all week, oh no, it's always Saturday. Like it's known. And the 49ers benefited from this like 2 years ago in 2023 against the Packers. So save it. Save it. You know, 49ers fans have the whiner moniker for a reason. Apparently their coach does as well.
I saw you tweeting over the weekend. I think you were like a lot of us thinking the Rams were going to find a way to take care of business, and it was a little tighter and closer than thought. And then, well, when Green Bay was up 21-3 at half, I think you and many of your cohorts and many in Seattle were like, oh, here come the Packers. Packers are going to be coming in. And then they fell apart, and Chicago made the plays as they have all season long down the stretch. Did you have any anticipation after Green Bay fell apart? Did you have any thought whatsoever that San Fran team on those fumes and then lose Kittle in the first half, that they would find a way to win in Philly?
No. Be very clear. I did not. In some ways, I thought this was the least likely outcome of who the opponent would be. I actually thought the 49ers would play better against the Eagles than they did against the Seahawks. So that wasn't a huge surprise. But I just thought, I mean, the Eagles should have enough. They have enough to beat a really weakened 49ers team. And then they lose Kittle. And it was just like, my God, the Eagles are so unimpressive. And Jalen Hurts is so unimpressive. And ultimately, one team was better coached. The quarterbacks, it was like kind of a pillow fight for a lot of that game. But here we are. The Seahawks could very well have to face their division foes 3 times in back-to-back weeks to get to the Super Bowl. And I say let's bring it.
Is this what you wanted? Did you want the once Carolina won, did you want the Niners or did you want Green Bay?
You know, I got to be honest, it's probably not the best answer for sports radio. I didn't care.
Or the Rams, I should say. Or the Rams was the other option.
There was part of me that wanted the Rams this week.
Oh, so you kind of were on my bandwagon. I was saying this last week. Like,
it's a small wagon.
Play them on when you have the most advantage, right? You have 2 weeks off and they have a short week.
That was my thought. I had Matt Hasselbeck on my show last week, as we always do. He was on that bandwagon as well. You also have a situation where the Seahawks, they're going to have self-scouted a lot, and you're going to get in this divisional game potentially some new looks or some new strategies that no one else has seen. Again, biggest potential advantage. But you know what, Mike? End of the day, let's just see the Seahawks prove that they are the best team in football, and it looks like it's set up for them to do exactly that.
So along those lines, if I had asked you a couple of weeks ago who is the biggest threat to the Seahawks in the NFC, I'm assuming you would have said the Rams. Are you saying that today?
Yeah, no question.
It's still the Rams.
No question. It's still the Rams. I think I'm not going to fall into the trap of yes, they've had some, games that don't look very impressive. They've had some losses. They've had some, pretty serious regression on defense. And if we get to that game next week, we'll talk about it more. But this is a Rams team that their offense is as good as any unit in football outside of maybe the Seahawks defense. And I'm of the belief, it's just kind of a philosophy I had for a while, that the Super Bowl winner tends to be the team that has the best single side of football in the NFL that season, the most dominant side of football. And I think all year it's been a question of whether it's the Seahawks defense or the Rams offense. And it's kind of gone back and forth. And ironically, the team that won that battle lost the game each time they've played so far. But that's a very, very good team. I don't think anyone else comes close to them as far as a threat to the Seahawks.
Hawkblogger, we know Hawkblogger, West Coast guy, software guy, left-handed guy, data guy. Anything from this 5 playoff games and inputs we have this weekend that's kind of next level, Brian, that stood out, maybe different? Everybody always says, man, playoffs, whole new season, different speed, different season, different decision-making. Anything that you spit through your eyes, your way you go about studying it that stood out to you?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to be just kind of drawn in by how close these games all were, other than maybe this game Sunday evening.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they switched hands late in the game. The probabilities of who are going to win just like flipped at the end. So many situations. You guys talked about it. Like, I certainly thought it was going one way and then it went the other a number of times this weekend. So I think part of that comes from who are the dominant quarterbacks in this playoff group. Like, there's not a lot, and you don't have the teams that have been there, done that with the quarterbacks that are dominant. And so I think it just means every game is kind of gettable for any team anywhere.
I think that's an interesting one because I found myself in trying to pick through these games, and Brock and I did not do a very good job. No. Either of us. I think we had almost all the same picks, and we didn't do very well. No, of course. I mean, trying to pick NFL playoff games should be illegal. It's so stupid. It's impossible. But one thing that was running through my head was trying to determine whether I should care more about heritage or recent visual evidence. The Jaguars were playing really good football recently, but the Bills had the heritage of Josh Allen, and the heritage won there. The Packers had a little bit more heritage, I think, than the Bears did, and there's probably another better example than that. Right?
Experience.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're looking at it like, okay, do I go heritage experience, or do I go who's actually playing better? And in that case, it was just what the eyes were telling you, that the Bears are actually a better team. They've been playing better recently. I'm still trying to figure out which of those things weighs more heavily in the playoffs.
Well, I think if you're going to go heritage, you got to be maybe a little more specific, because the Packers don't exactly have history in terms of heritage of winning, but LaFleur and Jordan Love don't.
No, that's true. I guess it's more, some of it's kind of like, yeah, but they're the Philadelphia Eagles. They won the Super Bowl last year. They're probably going to win. Yeah, but they got Josh Allen. Like, they're probably going to win. Yeah, but the Bears are the Bears. They're probably going to lose. Like, just kind of thinking along those, like, hey, can I really convince myself that things have changed? And sometimes it works that way. Sometimes it doesn't. So maybe it means nothing. Who knows?
I do think it means something. Well, you guys know, I mean, it's not just a sports thing. There's a difference between belief and faith and actually confidence and knowing. Confidence comes from knowing you can do something. You've done it over and over again. Belief is like the hope that you can. And so when you've got teams and players that have done it before and coaches that have done it before, there's no question that's a big advantage in the playoffs. And that's part of my point here. You guys talk about it, how like every NFL game comes down to the last 2 minutes, like seems like always, right? And who has the biggest impact on those final 2 minutes? It's the quarterback, it's the pass rushers, it's the coach, right? And if you look in the playoffs, like there's no Andy Reid or Patrick Mahomes, there's no Joe Burrow, there's no Lamar Jackson. Like there's a lot of guys that have been there, done that are not doing it this year. And so I think you've got a situation where, like, you can have a Caleb Williams go up against a Jordan Love, and neither of them really have ever done it. And you find out one of them ends up pulling it off in the end. So, like Mike McDonald, he picked a good year to be in his second year and get his like maiden voyage as a playoff football head coach, because I don't think there's a lot of other ones in his way that have clearly done it, other than the Rams and McVay and Stafford.
Talk to me about all these fourth down decisions. It seemed to just be overwhelming in almost every game of the 5 that we got to watch. May come into play tonight with Houston and Pittsburgh as well. Any from just a data background, a numbers background, a software background, anything jump out to you analytically from all of those decisions?
Well, I mean, what jumped out to me a little bit, guys, was how much people were angered by the fact that these coaches were going for fourth downs. Like they've gone too far. They've forgotten to kick field goals. And I'm like, I don't feel that way. I feel like there's legitimate both analytical reasons and also just coaching reasons to go for it. And so I didn't have as many issues with it as others did. The thing that I think is interesting to watch here, like last year in the playoffs, the final 4 teams that made the conference championship in both conferences also happened to be the top 4 teams in fourth down conversion percentage in the NFL. This year, if you look at who's the top fourth down conversion teams in the NFL, it was the Chiefs, the Patriots, the Bengals, and the Panthers. Some of those teams aren't playing. If you go a little further, the Rams were 5th. If you want to be like, pay attention for a Seahawks fan, one of the interesting notes I've been kind of following, I've kind of poked Mike McDonald about this a little bit. The Seahawks are dead last in the NFL in fourth down attempts. 12 attempts on the year. The next closest team has 19. So you're like way, way off. Like the top team in the NFL has 41. And it's not because they haven't done a good job at converting them. Up until like that game against the 49ers where they missed that one against the 49ers in the opening drive, they were like a top 10 fourth down conversion team. So I think this is going to be a story for the Seahawks. And if you think back to the last time the Seahawks played the 49ers in the playoffs at Lumen Field, fourth down decision by Pete Carroll was pivotal in that game to Jermaine Kearse. So I do think that's going to come under a big spotlight on this run.
What decision was that? Was that all the way back to the NFC Championship game in 13 where they went forward and hit him?
Championship game, 4th and 7, Jermaine Kearse, they draw him off sides. Russell Wilson senses it. The team all does the right thing as all goes, and he tosses it for a touchdown.
So that was the last time at home. They played on the road, right? Went down there.
They played on the road.
Armstead and Bosa just kind of embarrassed. Yeah, that was just kind of felt like a game until it didn't feel like a game in the second half.
That was the Geno game. That was the lone Geno playoff game.
Yep.
That was a David Goliath game, man.
Yes.
I mean, that 49ers team was
No, we had
so
Geno. There's not much you could do.
So does it feel that way this Saturday night? Does it feel that way from your personnel and as healthy as you are and as rested as you are and everybody available versus a 49er team that now you eliminate Kittle with Bosa, and I'm understanding Warner's not going to be back, and obviously Trent Williams is still hobbled and fought his way through that thing. Does it feel as to David and Goliath in this matchup as it did in inverse 3 years ago?
I don't think it's quite that stark, because the 49ers are full of players and coaches that have been to Super Bowls. Still, Brock Purdy's played in a Super Bowl. Shanahan's coached and lost plenty of Super Bowls. But
throw Robert Saleh on there too. He's clearly a difference maker for them.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't
Coach
think
K.
it's quite this.
Hey, don't knock Coach K, Brock.
Who in the heck is knocking Coach K?
You. Don't you knock Coach K. Did you read the tweet about Coach K?
Yes, I did.
From Hawkblogger's guy,
why
David Lombardi?
I am mocking him in no way. Don't
You're
don't
mocking.
you do that.
You're mocking.
I'm mocking
Coach
the
K.
nickname, but KJ Wright's done a phenomenal job. Old Michael Kendricks was bragging about him after
How
the game.
dare
Yes.
you mock Coach K when they're all saying that he got Kendricks ready to go? He's the reason that they were so successful.
I mean, Kendricks is a vet. I don't know that. I don't know that he needs anyone to really.
He
get him
needed
ready. I saw the
KJ.
quote.
Give KJ
I
his
saw
due.
the quote.
Give him his due.
But look, guys, I mean, this is not complicated. It's not. The Seahawks just played the 49ers in Santa Clara for the #1 seed. And the score doesn't reflect it, but the numbers and your eyes reflect it, that they beat the brakes off that team. Like they were just way, way more talented than the 49ers. And you look at the odds makers, it's 7.5 point favorite for the Seahawks. There's no reason logically why the Seahawks should lose this game, or honestly why it should be close.
It's a line of scrimmage game. I mean, this should be a line of scrimmage game. You for so many years, they imposed their will against you at the line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively. You should be able to impose your will.
Are you going to
with
have a
what you
butt
have.
at the end of that, Brian? Because it feels like it's except for it's the NFL playoffs, and just when you think everything is all pointing in one direction, it goes the other way.
there is a but at the end of this. So I'll give you some numbers because you guys like these numbers. I know you do. You try to make it like I'm the geek, but you guys are both geeks. Don't tell me otherwise. I get the Brock and Salk texts. What about this split?
Yeah.
So this is going back since 1990 when they expanded to 12 teams in the playoffs, right? And the bye week meant a little bit more. So when you have a number 1 seed who is at least a 7-point favorite, and they are facing a divisional opponent, so the 3rd time they've played them that year, okay? They're only 4-2 in those games. Like, there's been 2 losses, and one of them, you'll remember, Salk, you were probably there. Maybe actually you were not there for this, but the Patriots lost to Rex Ryan in 2010 when they were 9.5-point favorites. They had split the season series with the Jets that year. And 2007, Tony Romo and the Cowboys, Wade Phillips, the coach back then, lost to the Giants when they were 7.5-point favorites. They had swept the season series with the Giants. So, it does happen. And the 49ers, it's not like the cupboard's bare. They did just go in and beat the Super Bowl champs in Philadelphia. Like, it can happen. But in a world of probabilities, this should be an 80-20 kind of situation. Like, almost every outcome should be in favor of the Seahawks.
Well, we'll talk about it all week. What I find fascinating is some of the psychology. You're the number 1 seed. You're in this position. Can you just handle all of that kind of success, all of this rest, all of the talk, all of being favored versus an opponent who has absolutely nothing to lose? Can you play in that same vein of like, no, we're the ones.
They're so set up for that. Like, of all the teams that we've been around, this Seahawks team feels like, because it's not a nobody respects us team, because they're a, hey, we all love each other, we're having a great time playing together kind of a team, aren't they as well suited for that favorite role as anybody?
I 100% agree with that take. It's challenging at times covering this team and getting them to talk about anything beyond like what's literally right in front of them. I think it might be like a psychological block in Mike McDonald. Like, he is unable to think about anything that is not directly, he's very mindful. And I think it's turned into a team mantra, and I think it's very helpful for them. But like, let's also be real though. Winning your first playoff game is not easy. Think about the 2005 Seahawks that were the number 1 seed. And everyone remembers how much better they were than everyone else. They struggled to beat the Redskins that year. They were the Redskins back then. Even Sean Alexander was lost with a concussion. Matt Hasselbeck had to scramble for a touchdown. Think about the 2013 Seahawks. That win against the Saints. People talk about the 49ers. The win against the Saints and Drew Brees. It's not easy. So getting that first win is sometimes the hardest of the ones you have to get when you're starting in the playoffs.
So one of the ancillary stories beyond all the football on the field last week and into the weekend was about the Seahawks and their ticket sales. And Brian, you've been on this, and you created your own kind of forum for season ticket holders to sell their tickets to Seahawk fans and not to the opposing fans. The Seahawks sent out from what I understand, right? You could fill in some of the blanks here and finish the rest of the story. But is San Francisco as big a threat as Green Bay would have been on that market to come in here and populate the stadium?
I don't know about that. I think they're pretty similar. So a couple things I want to clear up because I think there's some misnomers out there. One, you are going to see 49ers fans in the stadium, and you are going to see it. It's going to look concentrated because the camera always is facing the visitor's bench, and so you see the 100 level behind the visitor's bench. A lot of those tickets are not owned by season ticket holders. They're owned by ticket brokers. And the Seahawks have been trying. I've talked to the team about this. They've tried to figure out legally how to reclaim those tickets. They're licensed, so they can't get it easily. And so they'll go to the highest bidder. And that's not a lack of passion by Seahawks fans. That's just the way things are working right now. It's a flaw that the Seahawks are trying to address. But I also would say, one, obviously I want as many Seahawks fans to go to this game as possible for them. But if 49ers fans want to spend their hard-earned money to fly up here, go to this game, and watch their team get their asses kicked, then I can think of a lot worse things to happen to a fan base that deserves all that smoke. So that's kind of my take there. I will say HB Ticks, it's a free site. I take no money from it, and it's a place where you can go. I give you the tools to at least verify if you're selling your ticket, you can sell it to a Seahawks fan. I give you ways to verify. If you don't want to go to it, quick, simple thing, have someone actually DM you from a social media account that is clearly a Seahawks fan. That's a good way to verify that who you're selling it to is a Seahawks fan. People can't fake that. So, yeah, let's get as many Seahawks fans in there as possible, but let's send 49ers fans home with tears.
Last thing, quickly, another ancillary story this week, but it may pop over the next few, is the future of Clint Kubiak. What do you think happened? Does he get one of these gigs? And if he does, what does the offense look like next year under whom?
Yeah, so I was getting some pretty strong signals that him going to Atlanta was pretty close to a done deal. And we'll find out if that turns out to be true, because it's a dynamic situation. Mike McDaniel was not available then, and he's got some pretty clear connections to Matt Ryan and that group. Maybe there's a domino effect where Kubiak still ends up coming back. Generally, I'm thinking that Clint Kubiak's going to go. I think Adam Dirty is going to stay. I think that it's going to be really interesting to see, eventually who Mike McDonald goes to hire for that spot. I think there's a plenty of potentially interesting folks. Some of them are in the organization. A name to keep an eye on, Justin Outen, who they hired as a run game coordinator. He's taken over the running back room since Kennedy Palomalu left, and you've seen the running backs take a real step forward since that happened, and has a hand in the offensive line as well. I think he's a guy that might be an interesting fit. And if Jake Peetz sticks around, although he's getting interviews as well, he's a pass game guy, Outen could be a run game guy together. That might be an interesting fit, or they could go out externally. Maybe they hire Clint Kubiak's brother down in San Francisco to come up here and call plays.
You and Lombardi going to go at it this week, or what do we got in store?
No, I don't waste my time.
You started to waste your time. You realized halfway through.
What
you're like, I'm
are you talking about, Salk?
You're going back and forth, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't worth it. Right?
It worked exactly as I hoped.
I see.
Little Machiavellian.
Wow. Never trust a lefty, Brock.
I couldn't have asked for a better interaction there.
How about Grant Cohn? You going to go after Grant Cohn this
No,
week?
you can't. That guy's awesome. And his unique way of covering the team.
Week. You kidding me?
I would hope so.
Grant sees it clearly. So,
who hates the 49ers more, you or Grant Cohn?
Oh, me.
Okay, just checking.
You can get
we gotta
some
go.
Good love this week. Good stuff.
Head over to Hawkblogger's site and his YouTube and everywhere else. Brian does a great job and has become a good friend of the show. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we got to get out of here, Brock. Stephen Hauschka tomorrow at 7:30 and Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30. We'll see you guys at 6. Until then, the hay.
You know where it is.
Oh, it's in the barn.
It's in that Moses Lake barn.
Darn right. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
After a slugfest to win the NFL's toughest division, the number 1 seed Seahawks' first playoff opponent, naturally an NFC West rival.
And Purdy goes down inside the 15-yard line.
Seahawks, 49ers, Saturday. And Lumen will be rocking.
All teed up.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Seattle. And Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
It's the Clearance Savings Spectacular at Olympic Hot Tub. We're slashing prices on hot tubs, saunas, and swim spas. Even bigger savings on floor models. Plus, no interest through 2031. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Save $600 on windows and $1,500 on doors at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Enjoy easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing for 12 months, plus a lifetime installation warranty. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.